Of cold storage facilities at Kalakol in here at the coast, and we did almost everything, Mr. Speaker, to the extent that one time when I went to Norway, the Norwegians were complaining that Norway is establishing another colony in Kenya, and that this county is no longer called Turkana, but it is now called Norkana, and that they didn't want Norwegians to continue paying. But Mr. Speaker, you said it is under 1 minute. Thank you very much. And once again, I welcome the visitors to the Senate.
The host senator, Senator Lominen, under 1 minute, welcome the delegation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. I take this time to welcome students from St. Augustine and students also from Medical Training College and our leaders who have been leading in the past. Most of them were speakers, Honorable Rastas, Honorable the current PS was also the speaker before Erastus, and our Right Honorable Ekwe Duro. I take this time to welcome them to learn from this Senate Mashinani, because we have also broke a record so that they see that Senate Mashinani is a very good, the vital fundamental issue to learn more about Turkana County, to discuss the citizen to participate in decision making as they learn, as they listen. So I want to take this shortest time to welcome them. They learn, and then after learning, they will work hard wherever they are in the institution, and they will be more than what we are. We expect them to be presidents, speakers, and other categories of leaders. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Next order clock.
Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
Speaker, I beg to lay.
The Chairperson Standing Committee on Finance and Budget. Any member from that committee kindly proceed to lay the paper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of this Senate today, 27 September 2023, being the report of the Standing Committee on Finance and Budget on the County Government's Additional Allocations Bill, National Assembly, Bill number 23 of 2023. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Next order clock.
Order number 6, notice of motion. Order number 7, questions and statements.
Now, honorable senators, I'm informed that the two CSs who are now airborne on the way to Lodwar for purposes of responding to these questions. I therefore suggest that we proceed with order number 8. I believe at the time we will be concluding this, the honorable CSs will be with us, and therefore we'll come back to order 7. Clerk, proceed to call Order 8.
Order number 8, the Primary Health Care Bill, Senate Bills number 44 of 2023, second reading.
Honorable Senators, we shall proceed with the debate that was interrupted yesterday, and I call upon Senator Mundigi to take the floor. Senator Danson Mungatana. What is the point of order, Majority Leader? Senator Boni, what is the point of order?
This might attract a lot of interest. We limit debate to 5 minutes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader, understanding orders, indeed that motion is permissible, but it is before debate ensues. That particular motion ought to have been moved before debate started yesterday. Okay, so then if there was no senator, it was moved and seconded.
Yes.
There was no senator who proceeded to debate. Then at that particular juncture, you may proceed to move that motion. But if there's consensus, we may agree on the timeline, if there's consensus. If there's no consensus, then I may have to put that motion to a vote. Yes, Majority Leader.
What we can do, I want to request colleagues, what we can do. Oh, sorry. There isn't that much number of senators in the House. We can do 10 minutes, Speaker. But if the pressure increases, then at that time we will limit. It's something we've always done. So that 10 minutes is sufficient in all.
Senator Wambua, what say you? There is a proposal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I've had a proposal from the Majority Leader on 10 minutes. I'm hearing other people saying 5 minutes. The Speaker, it's a maximum of 10 minutes. If you can't use 10 minutes, you can only use 2 minutes. Use your 2 minutes. Those who can use 10 minutes, they will use 10 minutes. Let's agree on 10 minutes, Mr. Speaker. I thank you.
So, honorable senators, can we agree a maximum of 10 minutes? For those who are persuaded for 5 minutes, please speak under 5 minutes. It's a maximum. It's a maximum. Very well. Thank you, Senator Mungatana. Under 10 minutes. You can use 1 minute or proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you for giving me the opportunity to make my contribution on the Primary Health Care Bill 2023. Mr. Speaker, the first thing I want to state is that I support this bill. I think the spirit to make sure that there is primary health care at the village level, at the ward level, is accepted. And Mr. Speaker, we want to state from the very beginning that that is the way we should go. Mr. Speaker, there are some improvements we need to make to this bill. Mr. Speaker, the primary improvement that I hope Majority Leader will listen in and see what we can do to improve this bill is that this Senate, constitutionally, Mr. Speaker, is established to help and protect the interests of the counties. Unfortunately, in this bill, while the spirit is very good and the spirit is acceptable, Mr. Speaker, we have created a lot of responsibilities in this bill to the minister at the national level in charge of health. We have given him or her the mandate to appoint the advisory council. Mr. Speaker, we have therefore given her or him the excuse to withhold funds at the national level to the disadvantage of counties. Mr. Speaker, county have the delegated responsibility for health. And we must not give the national government excuses by law through this Senate to withhold funds that are supposed to be managed by the county governments. Mr. Speaker, the quarrel we have had with the national government is that they are still holding on monies at the national level when they could go down to the counties and be utilized at the counties. Mr. Speaker, this bill seems to create in clause number 13 that the ministry responsible for health in the management of primary health care, this is now at the national level. We are giving him or her the management of primary health care services. And on 14, clause 14, proposed clause 14, we are actually allowing her or him to set up the primary health care advisory council. And who are they being appointed there? He is supposed to appoint the principal secretary for health, the director general for health, the chairperson of the council of governors or their representative, principal secretary for the national treasury, chairperson of the county executive health committee, state, even chairperson of vice chancellors. Madam Speaker, or Mr. Speaker, when you look at this list, it creates a perfect excuse to withhold more funds at the national level. Look at the functions that we have created for them. They are supposed to sit and advise under Article under 14 to advise the cabinet secretary and the county governments on matters related to delivery of primary health care. And yet, Mr. Speaker, at the county level, we still have the same. Because if you look at proposed clause 14, it says that each county government shall, in the management of primary health care services, it creates the same powers, Mr. Speaker, at the county level. Mr. Speaker, on proposed section 14 of this bill, you see again that each county government is supposed to establish a county primary health care advisory committee. So you could hear, Mr. Speaker, the majority leader when he was moving. He said there'll be 47 county primary health care advisory committees. 47. So for us in Tana River, we might have different requirements from those, say, in Nairobi. They will be advising us in a different way how we're supposed to deal with primary health care in our level. The ones of Nairobi will be dealing with their issues in Nairobi in a different manner. The ones in Lodwar, here in Turkana, they might have a different approach, Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker. But then, we are then creating On top of this, another bureaucracy at the national level. Mr. Speaker, I think we must come out strongly here and remove those roles that have been assigned to the national minister. Mr. Speaker, I really want someone to convince me that I need a county advisory health board, and then at the same time I need a national one. And in the national one, it's not my guy, it's not the guy from Tana River who is sitting there. It is the chair of the Council of Governors who is sitting there. And even if you put the caucus of health ministers across, how many times do they sit? How many times do they meet to create a consensus on that? Mr. Speaker, I think we will be giving powers to the wrong person in this particular case. And I think this will expose this bill to constitutional challenges, because the function follows, the money is supposed to follow the function. So if you create this advisory council at the national level, it means we have to fund it. And where is this money coming from? The money that is supposed to come down to our governors, down to our counties, is now supposed to be funding a national body that doesn't even visit us, doesn't know what we do, doesn't know what we do in Tana River, doesn't know that maybe traditional medicine is critical for us. And the way we want to do primary health care might be slightly different from the way maybe Mombasa or Nairobi might want to do it. And then you create a body that does not visit us, does not appreciate the role of primary health care workers at the local level. So, Mr. Speaker, I think we need to sit down and really give it a thought. Why are we creating this bureaucracy at the national level? Why are we giving them powers? Why are we doing something that is against the spirit of Constitution? Healthcare, especially primary healthcare, Mr. Speaker, we want it properly devolved. If we should bring any laws from the Senate, Mr. Speaker, there should be laws that are strengthening the nuts. They are making sure that the national government has no excuse whatsoever of keeping that money at the national level. Because when you look at this, Mr. Speaker, and I want to convince my colleagues, we should bring, some amendments here in whichever form. Because, you see, these people, what they will be doing now at the national level, they will create for themselves work. They will say, we need to sit down, we need to visit, we need to do what, and it will be a lot of money, a lot of allowances, which could have gone down to the county government, and we buy medicine, we do something with it that is practical. And I don't think they will be adding much more value. The same health professionals are the ones who will be sitting at the national. So, Mr. Speaker, I really want us to look at this point and see where we can agree as a Senate to protect our interests of the counties, at the same time to see if there is a way we can improve this. Because I see, like here, the minister here is trying to create a job for himself. Mr. Speaker, the second and last point I want to encourage my colleagues to look at. We have said in this, the proposed number 9, that community health promoters shall be selected by the community through public participation forum and appointed by the county government. Now, we have not made it clear how this community health promoter will be selected. When you look at it, Mr. Speaker, when you say through public participation, already the law in this country has defined what are the parameters for a proper public participation. So it would have been better for us to at least say 3 or 4, because public participation can be a few friends of the governor who decide, the same people who pass their CIDP, the same fellows who are paid to create quorum in some of these meetings can be called, and then these health promoters, like one of our colleagues here said yesterday, can be picked from supporters of the governor without little care to actually the public who are there. So, Mr. Speaker, I think we need to create more guidelines so that this public participation, how is it to be? And Mr. Speaker, when we say we are going to create the position of community health promoter,
Senator Beth Siango.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. I stand to support this bill of primary health care. Mr. Speaker, it is very key that we know Kenyans and in every county, even given the county of Turkana where we are hosted right now, that they deserve the best health care and health service. This bill is meant to address the majority of persons' health needs throughout their lifetime. Mr. Speaker, there are three components of this bill that should be considered very seriously. That integrated health services must meet people's health needs. And when we talk of some powers and some privileges remaining at the national level, then we are denying the devolved unit the powers and the say concerning health care. Mr. Speaker, this primary health care is very important also to address broader determinants of health multisectoral policy and actions. Looking at the bill, it requires serious amendments. And Mr. Speaker, I would say that we really need to be given time to propose these amendments before the bill is taken through. Mr. Speaker, primary health care is meant to empower individuals, families, and the communities to take charge of their own health or health needs. Looking at what the bill is addressing, Mr. Speaker, I would suggest that it is very important to include how Kenyans will be empowered to take charge of their health and not to be exploited by not receiving the best service from government health service or facilities. Because when they fail to get these services from the government, then they would be forced to go to private hospitals where they will be required to pay a lot of money. And when we consider that poverty levels are high in most of our communities, then we are subjecting Kenyans to suffering, which may even cut short their lives. Mr. Speaker, primary health care systems must support the needs that Kenyans have. And it should be most inclusive, equitable, and cost-effective, the way of achieving universal health coverage. Mr. Speaker, this bill lacks clear route to achieve universal health care, which I suggest that the amendments that will be put must take care of this. Otherwise, Mr. Speaker, I support the bill with amendments. Thank you.
Senator Kanyuri.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for granting me this opportunity. Yesterday, you actually left before I said a word of happy birthday. So, happy birthday, belated one. I want to contribute to this primary health care bill. I'm part of the members of the health committee that actually went through the proposals that were brought in. And we actually mentioned that this doesn't close the views that most members had and wanted incorporated. Mr. Speaker, this is a very progressive proposal. I actually feel like this is a bill that should bring us together regardless of the political affiliations we belong to. First, because health is a very fundamental issue. And this bill actually captures the spirit of civic education, whereby you want to induct people to what they should be knowing before you actually now carry them forward to whatever you want to do. Mr. Speaker, the community promoters we saw, the President Commission, is actually a realization of one of the Kenya Kwanza promises we made during our campaigns. And you can actually see that when leaders come together, good things happen. That's why I want to urge my colleagues that this is a very progressive bill that we should support, yes, and with the concern some of the members have, but generally it's a very good initiative. When I actually look at the qualifications of a community health promoter, initially I had worries of matters to do with confidentiality, because you can imagine someone in the village who knows the health status of an individual and decides to go out there and publicize it. Measures should be put in place to actually put these community health promoters into account. I'm happy that proposal was captured here. So, Mr. Speaker, for someone like me who comes from a rural setup, this is going to be a huge initiative, because look at the number of young people we are bringing into employment by hiring them as community health promoters. And already we have the political goodwill. So we have no room to actually back down on such a proposal, because it's one of those progressive agendas that the government has put on priority. And in the spirit of leaving no one behind, according to our sustainable development goals. Mr. Speaker, I see an issue of building the capacity of people at the community level by maybe conducting trainings before a certain kind of program is rolled out. This is a very positive way of doing it. Initially, we've had issues to do with Mwananchi being called to a platform and being told we are coming up with such a either immunization, but Mwananchi has no knowledge on why such immunization is being carried out. So what really attaches me to this bill is it caters for the lowest grassroots person by building their capacity, and that's why I've been putting a lot of emphasis on why civic education, because an informed citizen is able to make the right decisions, even on their health. That's the society we want to build, Mr. Speaker. So I support this bill, and as a committee, we are really grateful for the inputs that kept coming, and this is a step in the right direction. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Eddy. You've paused that opportunity to Senator Wambua. Yes, that's very well.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Senator Eddy, for donating your time to me. When it is my time, I'll donate mine to you as well. Don't correct me, young man. Mr. Speaker, I want to begin by thanking the promoter of this bill, Senator Cheriot, because when he was moving the bill, he was very clear that this is one of 4 other bills whose aim is to ensure that we entrench the universal health care in the practice of medicine in this country. Mr. Speaker, it is not an idle saying that prevention is better than cure. When we focus on preventive and promotive health care, then we are likely to attain a more healthy nation. And Mr. Speaker, there is evidence of this. You know, if we even look at this bill, Mr. Speaker, we all remember the times that we went through during the COVID period. Yeah. And when everybody was focused on sanitizing, cleaning surfaces, washing hands, Mr. Speaker, the level of health in our country. In fact, I remember there's a time I visited Gertrude's hospital to take my son there. And there were virtually no children because people had observed the basics of healthcare. And so we had fewer sick people. Mr. Speaker, when we go into the particulars of this bill, and that's why we are saying perhaps you should have done 20 minutes per senator, but 10 will do as well. Mr. Speaker, this is a very important piece of legislation that we need to discuss and debate very robustly. And I will begin with the objects of this act, this bill. The Speaker, it perfectly captures the aspirations of Article 43A of the Constitution, that every Kenyan has a right to attain the highest standards of healthcare in the country. And so the objects are fine. The primary healthcare workforce is okay. The Speaker, I begin to have challenges from clause 10 on the functions of the community health promoters. Subclause J of that clause, Mr. Speaker, is a clear and outright violation of the provisions of the Data Protection Act. It requires that every health promoter should report on the health of each member of an assigned household and the barriers of health and health care in the household to the community health officer. The Speaker, you see where that leads us. It leads us to a situation where if these promoters are supposed to be in every corner of this country, in every household, then the status of health of every person, every member of every household must become a subject of discussion between the health promoter and the public health officer. The Speaker, that's a violation of a basic right. There must be a way of dealing with that matter. Mr. Speaker, when you go to clause 3, it speaks to the contracts and functions specified under 1 and 2. And when you go to D, it puts an obligation on the health promoter to ensure accuracy of information captured. The Speaker, at times, the health status or the information captured about the health of any person is not necessarily the responsibility of the person doing the capturing of that information. At times they are using machines which could be faulty. So maybe the wording of that clause, the promoter, Senator Aaron Cheriot, would be for them to be responsible for the accuracy of the information. That they take responsibility, they can explain how they got that information, but they are not the people to ensure the accuracy of that information. The Speaker, when you go to part 4 of this bill, that's where I have a big problem. And I am happy that Senator Mugatana has also taken note of this. Mr. Speaker, we must always, as a Senate, we must always remember that there are two sectors of the Kenyan economy that are our responsibility. That is agriculture and health. And everything that we do, Mr. Speaker, must be done towards entrenching those functions in the county governments. What this bill is doing is that it is giving too many responsibilities and functions of primary health, and this is primary health, to the national government. Now, Speaker, what are we doing to ourselves? If you read subclause E of clause 13, it speaks, in fact, it assigns the responsibility of the national government to be a monitor of the functions of county governments. Mr. Speaker, the national government must never be allowed to prefect county governments when it comes rolling out the health functions. F does the same thing. And what I'm proposing with those two is that, the Speaker, the thing that this bill should do is perhaps devolve more funds to the health function, help to build the capacity of county governments to carry out primary health care responsibilities. Clause 14, which now is the constitution of the advisory council. And Mr. Speaker, I have a problem with that functional relationship between the advisory council and the advisory committee. Is it a power relationship where the council is the boss of the committee, or are they complementary? Mr. Speaker, there is need to tighten that aspect. But even looking at the representation, it's too government heavy, national government heavy. It leaves out, the Speaker, very important segments of society, stakeholders in this function. The Speaker, we have a lot of hospitals in this country that are run by faith-based organizations. My church, the African Inland Church, runs very successful health facilities. The Catholic Church runs very big hospitals. The PCA, the SEK, AGC, all those faith-based organizations must have a say in this council and in the committee as well. So they have been left out, Mr. Speaker. We also have representatives of medical practitioners. These are the people who know where the rubber meets the road. They are absent in the council and in the committee. The Speaker, we must find space for this representation. The Speaker, because I see my time is almost elapsing, I want to go straight to clause 16. Another problem, and I did not expect this to come from the majority leader. He's a man that I know really supports devolution. But for him to constitute the advisory committee based in the counties and even assign oversight roles to that committee and leave the office of the senator from that committee, then I don't understand what we are doing. The Speaker, in that committee, I would propose that the county senator automatically becomes a member of the advisory committee. That he does not need to be, he or she does not need to be appointed by the CEC. By virtue of...
What is the point of
order? Speaker, my time is...
Majority leader. Can you pause time for Senator Wambua, please?
Mr. Speaker, apologies first to Senator Wambua. I hardly ever interrupt members when they are making their submissions, but unless I feel that it is very necessary for me to do that. But there are various things he has said which I felt that if they are left on record, then it will give a very bad impression. Number one, as majority leader and leader of government business, I don't originate bills. I move bills on behalf of government, so to speak. But these bills have actually undergone great work at committee level. By the way, quite a number of the proposals that members are speaking, including the ones by Senator Mungatana, if you take time to read the report of the committee is already proposing those amendments. So you are right to point them out, but rest assured that please refer also to the report of the committee. Then second and last thing, Senator Wambua, in 2016, we tried that route. I can't remember the exact, and the Secretariat here will remember. I can't remember, no, it was not the County Oversight Board. We tried that route, but courts struck out the proposal and said, you cannot be a beneficiary to your own legislation. Therefore, they said it's not possible for us as senators to legislate and give ourselves a job. That's why whatever you're suggesting is not possible. I thank you.
Majority Leader, that's a point of information, not really a point of order.
Okay. Mr. Speaker, my 2 minutes as you valid, I guess. So, Mr. Speaker, I don't want to argue with the majority leader on that issue of the involvement of senators. Because, Mr. Speaker, we are not accruing a benefit by oversighting. It is our responsibility. It's not a benefit. That's what we are elected to do. We oversight. So I think that one is not right. Mr. Speaker, on the matter of the membership to that committee, I said let's have the senator as an automatic member of that committee. Let us have the health practitioners involved in that committee at that level, and let us have faith-based organizations also involved in that committee at that level. Mr. Speaker, as I conclude, I must say that yes, we would have benefited from the report of the committee. But that report, again, the Speaker, was tabled late yesterday. So can we find a way of being neat in dealing with these bills and legislations so that we have access to the reports in good time? They will inform our debate. They will enrich our debate, Mr. Speaker. But because the majority leader wants us to push this, then we will push it. But those amendments, then we must capture them to ensure that we get that report.
Senator Murgo. Can you take it up in the WhatsApp group? We are now in session.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me to also air my views in addition to my colleagues. I support the bill because it is a bill that will really enhance primary health care in rural areas. And when I talk rural, I'm talking about places that have been left behind, that never really had an opportunity to receive services such as primary health care. But as my colleagues have expressed concern, the bureaucracy that there is from the national government becomes a bottleneck to really devolving these services to communities such as this area where we are in Turkana, which was left behind for many years, and then also others like West Pokot, which I represent, and many others, Isiolo and many others. So the stages and bureaucracies that are there should really be eliminated as much as possible. We talk of county government, which is supposed to be a recipient of the devolved health services.
Senator Murango and Commissioner Kinyua, kindly allow Honorable Murugo to be heard in silence, please.
Shh. So I really support it, and we should make sure that the devolved setting of healthcare is really practically realized by rural areas, in areas that have not been receiving such services. The good thing is that the marginalized area that have lagged behind will probably realize employment that has never been realized before, because when their children begin to be community health workers, it will really be practically something that their children will engage, and community will also engage, because it will be something that will be practically at the doorstep of every village and so on. And then also medicine that will be made sure that it is available in some of the health facilities as it is practically put into every dispensary, every health facility that is among the people in the village. And so the management, even though there is technicality of who elects who to be in charge of those facilities, but the fact is that if the medical personnel is there and also the medicine, it will actually enhance a lot of care among the people in the villages. And then it will also reach out and cater for maternal care that will care for the mother and also child, which in some places is really pathetic now. And so when this thing, this service is devolved to such a level, it will really help mothers that would be suffering, and the child and the little children, the infants that actually face a lot of lack of medical care. And then it will also help in spreading the care among the people, even though there are challenges about roads and things like that. But the fact is that if the services are available, such other additional improvements will come along, so that people will realize very effective services of devolved health care and primary. And then the management at the facility should also involve the locals in as much as possible, because sometimes a nurse or medical personnel coming from far or not coming from the area, when put in charge, may not really realize or may not be in a position to know which area really needs those services. So as much as possible, the locals should be fully engaged, so that they apply the services appropriately. So I support.
Senator Onyonka, please. That's here.
Senator Methu, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was under instructions by Senator Methu to style up. Mr. Speaker, fundamentally this bill is actually good. But there is the 30% that we must look at and we must interrogate, because that's our responsibility. Mr. Speaker, I have been going through this bill and looking at it in bits and pieces, and one of the issues that has come to my mind, and it's very, very clear, and I want to reiterate what my brother, Honorable Mugatana, raised. We are creating another public hegemoth of leaders in the Department of Health or in the Ministry of Health. We are going to have board after board after board. If you look at it, my interpretation is, and I would want the majority leader maybe later to explain to me, it feels like you're going to have 3 layers of the team that is going to actually manage this primary health sector. Mr. Speaker, the second issue that I am very sensitive about is the issue of the responsibility of the county governments. The truth is, health has been devolved to the county governments. And the feeling I have, Mr. Speaker, is that we are removing the responsibilities and powers of the county governments and taking them back to the national government. There is a very clear, deliberate decision that is being made where the national team that is going to be managing the primary health care sector at the county level will have to be the one that is consulted, that is the one that looks at the data, that is the one that, of course, handles policy, and also it's one that is going to handle the money. Mr. Speaker, given what has happened for the last 12 years, as we've been going through our devolution, the truth is county governments have not done very well themselves. So I would like to request the committees that are going to be responsible over this to deliberately sit down and make sure that the weighty and the more loaded responsibility of actually managing this sector is handled by the County Primary Healthcare Advisory Committee. And this committee, Mr. Speaker, is basically meant to handle what is happening in the county government, how these primary healthcare employees are going to be paid, and how their funds are going to be paid to and distributed online according to the positions which are going to be created. I also want to support my brother, Senator Mutua. He raised the issue of churches. I wanted to include that in that list, we must also include the Muslim community, because healthcare is a matter that deals with a very, very sensitive issue, and that is reproductive health. It is a matter that we must interrogate as a Senate. It is a matter that we have to agree. If it is going to be handled at the local level, then the local churches and the local Muslim mosques and religious organizations play a role in the fact that as they are getting data, distributing this information, participating in providing the necessary information that they have to, they must be part and parcel of the team that is going to sit down and discuss on the matters that are very sensitive in terms of, one, reproductive health, and number two, the privacy of individuals' health conditions and the data that we are going to keep that is going to be held by these committees. The other issue, one of the things I realized, Mr. Speaker, at 16 subsection 3A, where it says that the County Primary Healthcare Advisory Committee in each county shall perform the functions, a function of oversight. That cannot take place, and Mr. Speaker, I hope my colleagues in this House are aware that there is a ruling that has come from the High Court which says that actually the county government shall have no responsibility whatsoever in conducting oversight, whether it is on healthcare matters, whether it is on matters pertaining to whether it is the outstanding issue of pending bills or whether it is a matter of how the expenditure is used. It's only the Auditor General's office who will have that responsibility. And I would want that to be stated there very clearly, because it's important that we leave the independent bodies that we have to participate and make sure that we get the results that we need. Last, on my part, Mr. Speaker, the issue which I saw on subsection, and I think this could have been an oversight by default, where it says that one of the primary workers who's going to come to the county government and be given the responsibility of serving as one of the healthcare workers of this place must have lived in the local community for a period of 5 years. Mr. Speaker, if a lady gets married to an area in a period of 1 year and she's a healthcare worker who was working in Malindi for the last 7 years, then how do you discriminate against him because she has not lived in that area for 5 years? I think that might have come in because of a default. But it's a small matter that I think needs to be followed up. And I want to say, Mr. Speaker, the last one is where it says that the members who are going to be members of the primary healthcare team at the county level, the suggestion is that the number of those individuals will be 5. I wanted to ask the majority leader and maybe the committee members that number leaves me wondering, because I'll give you an example. There are certain sub-counties that are 5 in an area, and in other areas there are 3, and in other areas like in Kisii, I have 9 sub-counties. Now, if you tell me that the members of this committee need to be 5, then it might create a problem. You know how our country is, Mr. Speaker. I would have wanted it to say maybe it would have a sub-county leader or a criteria that is more concrete that would create that number. Otherwise, I think to a large extent, Mr. Speaker and my colleagues, this is a good bill. Let's fine-tune it. You realize we've been here in Turkana. I wanted to raise this to my majority leader. When this bill makes a recommendation that the CS and his team in Nairobi will have to be the one that is engaging on all this issue, and then they would have to advise downwards in a cascading manner to the county governments, I can tell and I feel it because of the distance to this place and because of the issues that we are noticing even in our audit reports. It's not going to be easy to run this outfit from Nairobi with such a large number of people who are managing the healthcare sector. My feeling, Mr. Speaker, is that we need to reduce the number a little bit, make it more effective. Most probably, we should have a department within the Ministry of Health that specifically deals with primary health care. And I'm sure that if this is implemented well and it's funded well, Mr. Speaker, then the Kenyan people will be proud that we passed such a bill. Thank you, sir.
Senator Seki.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I also want to put my voice on supporting the bill, and I will go direct to section section or part 3 of the bill on the issues of recruitment of community health promoters. Honorable Speaker, this bill is a very good bill, having in mind that we have been having a big problem, particularly on the primary health, on issues concerning first-hand health workers in the community, knowing that most of the counties are rural. They are having a big problem on healthcare, getting even a health facility, a dispensary, is a problem. And that is why we want to come in with this healthcare promoters to be first-hand healthcare officers in the rural areas where you cannot get even a health facility. I want to say that for bringing up this bill will be an advantage to a very remote and marginalized communities, such as a community like this and even Kajiado, where I represent. And it will be very good for them to realize that the government has come in handy to help them. But more importantly, I am happy that the county governments are going to appoint these community health promoters as a function of the county governments. And I believe that this is something that we need to look at it carefully, because this is a huge number of employees or people serving the counties, serving the government of the day, and functions must be followed by funds, or funds follows functions. So I think the promoters of this bill need to look at how the funds needs to be devolved to the county governments. Looking at the section part 4, as earlier discussed, or discussed by quite a number of members, I look at it at section 13, article 13A, that provide capacity, our national government to provide capacity and technical assistance and monitor implementation for the effective management of primary health care across the Republic of Kenya. This is a function that needs to be looked at, and I'm supporting and suggesting that this should be a part of what we are talking about, devolving funds to the county governments, by bringing up some funds to the county governments for training and building capacity to these health promoters, because much of their functions or objectives or responsibility, much of the functions of the community health workers is quite in hand, and it is very technical. And these are people who have not gone to most of the training. They have not been trained, so they need to be capacitated to be trained for them to understand more on issues of sensitization of community health, issues of nutrition as given by paragraph F3. So these are people that need to be sensitized, and capacity building need to be done by the county government, not by the national government, as indicated in this act or this bill. I want to also look at the issue of the council, Honorable Speaker. The council, as indicated in this bill, section 14 gives the cabinet secretary to appoint the council. I can see we only have the chairperson of the council of county government, the chairperson of the council of county governors or representative in the entire advisory council, and that completely depicts the sense of devolution, because this is a function of county governments. I propose that we have instead of having the, as indicated in section 2 of article of the 14, that the council, the members of the council shall, in the first meeting, elect the chairperson of the, from amongst themselves, we indicate that the chairperson of the council of governors become the chair, so that we take the responsibility and accept the responsibility of being that this function is a county government function. I also suggest with H, that is of 14, the head of primary health care of the national level, who shall be the, be the secretary, be the CEO of Council of Governors, so that at least we have more 3 members of 3 members at the Health Advisory Council. So I think more importantly, on the issues of qualifications of the, maybe just to go back a little bit, at the recruitment requirement of community health promoters, I also suggest that we have a small qualification on the community health promoters. Otherwise, we just leave it like that. It needs to have a small qualification. If it is just O-level or something like that, or a small certificate on healthcare, it will be much better. So, Honorable Speaker, I support the bill, and thank you very much for the promoters of the bill. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Senator Manzo. Manzo, just press once and leave it. Okay, press, or leave it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for an opportunity to contribute on this very, very important bill. Mr. Speaker, I am looking forward to hear what Senator Halwale will say this as a medical practitioner who is familiar with most of the things dealing with this bill. But you can see this bill arose when COVID struck us, and the last record of containment of such a serious disease were running back into the 1920s. And the country found itself in a panic mood and were using everything possible to contain COVID. The one very good, important method of preventing disease is by, cleanliness and the availability of water reduces disease by more than 50%. Therefore, when there was sanitizers and hand washing promoted, hospitals were almost empty in the country other than COVID patients. And that goes back to the basis of this, that first and foremost, you need water in the country. That's what will stop typhoid. That's what will stop outbreaks. And there are many other dangerous outbreaks like Ebola, which really kill doctors and kill health officers and, kill the number of patients. And again, all that did not have a framework. And therefore, this act was developed to try to deal with that. But when you look at part 4, management of primary health care services, then it goes, the ministry responsible for health shall, in management of primary health care services, formulate. So, the ministry, under Schedule 4, health is devolved. So, the ministry should be handling the policy. And in the whole of this act, there's nothing about the financing of healthcare. So it's left with the ministry responsible. And up to now, health services, the monies have never been devolved. There is so much held at the national government, a lot of procurement, including of medicine. Everything is national government, and the counties are left begging the minister responsible for health. And there is such a chaotic manner of handling health services generally, other than when you have an emergency, like the case of corona. And therefore, there is a need to make a law. Although we have gone back to the village and we have defined community health worker must have these sort of qualifications, the question is, how many community health workers are we training? even the body, even the Kenya Medical, Training College, which I'm happy we have students in the Senate today, is still a national government affair. It's not a devolved affair. And it is distributed in such a way that some regions in the country don't have a lot of these services there. And therefore, and the few people we train, they get absorbed abroad. They go to Botswana, they go to UK, they go to US for further training and never come back. While the county system has not been empowered enough to protect doctors and even to keep a doctor of a certain level in the village. And therefore, the way this has been defined, just like the act we dealt with yesterday, we need a little bit more of as people who protect devolution, a little bit more of protection of devolution in the way and the manner we have framed this. We have left all of it to the county government. When you form the national committee, you only have a COG representative. COG is so huge that you cannot have just one person from COG or their representative who could be the chairperson of the Committee of Health, and then it's just 1 out of 9. I mean, it's no longer a county affair. This matter must be devolved to the county, and the county should take a full charge. And more important, we have not talked about the financing at all. It's been abandoned. And just that training of medical personnel in this country, most of them will not work for the government. After some time, they run their own private hospitals, and even some who are still working for the government are directors in private hospitals. And therefore, we have minimum, going to the people through the government, the county governments and the national government, as far as healthcare is concerned. Then there is the issue of data. That particular officer in the village keeping serious data with them, even for security purposes, is dangerous. When you look at Kenya differently, we have different parts of Kenya with different security challenges. So if a community health officer has all the data of the village, if I'm a person against the security of the nation, that is the person I will completely apprehend and take hostage, while he has all the data and he has no protection, and there is no mechanism of protecting that particular data. So just like in the training of pilots in this country, similarly has happened with the training of health. We train and the best brains are taken away to work from our country. And it is something we need to think about seriously. How do we train these community health officers, and how do we make sure they are employed? We have a lot of them who have come out of training. They have not yet been absorbed in the counties. They are not being absorbed at the national governments. They have families to feed. They have to look for jobs elsewhere. And when we need them, when we have an emergency like COVID, we have no mechanism of getting these people working there. And if you go to just a dispensary in the village, you'll find it doesn't have someone who will handle a serious emergency. It will not have the necessary first aid equipment. There's no necessary first aid training at that local level. And the people who handle it, Mr. Speaker, handle it in such a professional way because of lack of training, even if it is child delivery. And then eventually, these people are forwarded to the district hospitals or level 4, level 5. Therefore, there's a little bit of disconnect in my observation, Mr. Speaker, whereby we really need to concentrate at the village unit so that the so-called volunteers is what has been there. And even the training of the volunteers and remuneration had no budget in the county, nor a budget in the national government. And this was left to well-wishers. And I think that has to be processed, has to be put correctly in this act, so that when we talk about community health worker, community health promotion, we mean it. And you cannot do it without taking water to the grassroots. We have to have water in the village. That's a role of the county government. We have got to health in the village. That's a role of the county government. And therefore, when you put all this together, then it tells us, as a people protect devolution, we've got to be serious with this act. which has been proposed by the government through the leader of majority. And when it comes to us, it needs enough time so that we can amend it sufficiently to serve the community. Otherwise, there's a very big problem of health processing in the community, and it results into very many unnecessary deaths, especially now with the many borders in the country which have caused a lot of accidents. Handling accident victims of border is so serious. Handling outbreaks like cholera is so serious. We are ending up losing lives unnecessarily. And I think the main idea of this bill should be able to prevent loss of life at the very basic level. I thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support with amendments.
Senator Wafula. Yes, press it, leave it. Press it again. All right, leave it.
Asante Mheshimiwa Spika kwa nafasi hii.
What is the point of order, Senator Kisang?
Honorable Speaker, I was at the top earlier. My name disappeared when you called one of the senators. Now it has disappeared again. So, I mean, we cannot sit here through the Honorable Speaker while our names are disappearing from the screen.
Honorable Senators, no, let's agree on one thing. For me to know that you have intention to contribute, I must have your name in this gadget. Now, according to this gadget, you have no intention of speaking. And that is the only gadget I can use to pick senators to speak. So if your name has disappeared, you start the process again, you'll queue. Proceed, Senator Offuly. Technology.
Asante Mheshimiwa Spika kwa nafasi hii. Ningependa kuchangia mada ya siku ya leo kuhusiana na huduma ya kimsingi katika zahanati na hospitali zetu. Mimi naunga mkono yale mapendekezo ambayo yameletwa kwa sababu ugatuzi unaanzia mashinani na katika boma zetu. Na jinsi tumesoma mswada huu unaafiki kwamba katika boma karibu 100 ama watu 1000 kuna mfanyikazi wa serikali wa afya ambaye atahudumu na kufanyia watu kazi. Mhudumu huyu kazi yake ni kuhakikisha kwamba iwapo kuna maradhi yamechipuka katika maeneo hayo, atawasilisha ujumbe huo kwa viongozi wa taasisi husika haraka iwezekanavyo. Vile vile kuna maradhi ya maisha ama hulka za watu ambayo watu kwa muda mwingi hawajayagundua. Lakini wahudumu hao watakapokuwa wanashughulika na pilka zao za kazi na wagundue kwamba watu wengi katika maeneo haya wana maradhi ya aina fulani, ripoti itafikia viongozi na wataweza kuweka kwenye
Order, senators, can the honorable senator be heard in silence, please?
Mheshimiwa Spika, nadhani ni hujuma, lakini nitadhibiti mawimbi ya maseneta wenzangu ambao wanahujumu kazi yangu ya Senate. Nimekuwa nasema kwamba watu hawa wataweza kugundua maradhi haya na kuweka katika vitabu vya hesabu, na iwapo makadirio ya bajeti yatawekwa, rasilimali na fedha zitawekwa kulingana na ripoti na utafiti
What is your point of order, Senator Kinyua?
Bwana Spika, umemsikiza seneta wa kutoka Bungoma akisema maseneta wanahujumu kazi. Bwana Spika, seneta hawezi wakahujumu kazi. Bwana Spika.
Senator Kinyua, tafadhali kaa. Kama unakumbuka wakati Senator Wafula anazungumza, nilipeana onyo la nidhamu kwa senators kwa sababu alikuwa anazungumza. Kwa hivyo Senator Wafula ni mkweli kusema kwamba anahujumiwa wakati anazungumza. Endelea. Na ukiendelea hivyo Senator Kinyua, tafadhali, unajua ni mashaka gani yatakufuata. Endelea Senator.
Asante Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa sababu leo amekuwa kwamba mwiko katika mahakama ya jogoo na kuku. Mheshimiwa Spika, yale nilikuwa nasema ni kwamba wahudumu hawa wa afya ni uti wa mgongo wa kudhibiti maradhi na maenezi ya maradhi katika maeneo yetu ya vijiji na miji ya humu Kenya. Cha muhimu vile vile nimeona yameorodheshwa jinsi watakavyopewa kazi na mipaka na jinsi watakavyoteuliwa. Kwa sasa wahudumu hawa hawalipwi pesa jinsi inavyotakikana, pesa za kaunti na pesa za kitaifa, lakini mswada huu utakapopita, Mheshimiwa Spika, watakuwa na uhakika kwamba fedha zitawafikia popote walipo kupitia taasisi ya kiuchumi ambayo kwao wataweza kupata nafasi ya kupokea pesa hizo. Lakini zaidi ya hayo, ningependa pia wapewe nafasi kuunda ama kujihusisha na vikundi vya utetezi wa masuala ya wafanyikazi hapa Kenya, kwa sababu tunaelekea mahali ambapo, Mheshimiwa Spika, wahudumu hawa wanaweza kutishwa, kuyumbishwa, kwa sababu yule amewaajiri kazi ataambiwa yenu ni kusema ndio, na kama sio ni uruke juu kiwango ambacho aliyekuajiri anataka. Sasa lazima tuhakikishe kwamba wanapoajiriwa wana mbinu ya kujieleza, kujitetea na masuala yao yashughulikiwe kikamilifu katika maeneo yao ya kazi. Mheshimiwa Spika, ukiangalia mswada huu vile vile unashiriki watendakazi wa idara mbalimbali. Wale ambao wanahusika na masuala ya maji wako pale, kwa sababu wakati wa COVID tuliona kwamba maji yalihusika pakubwa kudhibiti maenezi ya maradhi. Tumeona mhusika katika idara ya barabara. Hao wote wanahusika kuhakikisha kwamba wananchi wanapotaka kupata huduma za matibabu wanaweza kuzipata kwa wakati mfupi, na vile vile kuhakikisha kwamba huduma hizi zinafiki matarajio yao. Hawa hudumu katika vijiji, Mheshimiwa Spika, vile vile wanaweza kushauri wagonjwa iwapo utaenda kwa zahanati, iwapo utaenda kwa hospitali ndogo, ama iwapo utaenda katika hospitali ya rufaa. Haya yote yatawezekana iwapo tutapitisha mswada huu kuhakikisha kwamba malengo yetu kama Senate yanaafikiwa, kwa sababu tutakuwa tunamulika kurunzi na kuhakikisha kwamba wanafanya kazi kwa mujibu wa katiba. Mheshimiwa Spika, nashukuru kwa nafasi hii.
Senator Eddie Okech.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the fact that yesterday we actually had a very good conversation around the idea of making the tenets of public health as devolve as much as possible. And I really did appreciate the majority, together with the chairperson of health, for bringing up a bill that wanted to start looking at how do we make even the healthcare institutions in this country more independent and more granular in terms of utilization of resources. But Mr. Speaker, this is also an attempt. I think that this was a good attempt by both this committee, of course supported by the majority leader, to make sure that the vision of Article 43 of the Constitution on economic and social rights, Mr. Speaker, is entrenched. And in particular, the right to great healthcare services in this country. But Mr. Speaker, this bill will not be a bill without literally revisiting Schedule 4 of the Constitution on the devolved functions vis-a-vis the national government functions.
the national government function, Mr. Speaker, and I want to read Schedule 4, subsection 23, that says that for the national government, the only duty that are given in terms of health is national referral health facilities and health policy. But then if you look at part 2 of that schedule, Mr. Speaker, the county governments are given full mandate on promotion of primary health care. Now, Mr. Speaker, the core element of this bill, and I don't want to ignore any part as not important, Mr. Speaker, but the first important part of this bill for me is on the definition of primary health care services, which is found under Part 2, Article 4 of this bill, Sub-Article 2. And it says, the services referred to in subsection 1 shall include health promotion, prevention, curative, rehabilitation, and palliative services. Mr. Speaker, that part of the bill is directly akin to what Part 2 of Schedule 4 of our Constitution says, that county health services, including in particular promotion of primary health. I start having problems with this bill, Mr. Speaker, when you get to Article 13 of the bill. And that's why I was saying this is the core component of this bill, because it talks about management of primary healthcare services. It's not talking about policies. It's talking about the action element, the verb element. I usually have a problem with the verb, English verb. There's a joke that somebody was saying that when English verb says, Mr. Speaker, that he dances, you dance, and I dance, does it mean that the Raila is dancing more than me? Because the verb here of being able to anchor the healthcare services in the country is the management of healthcare, Mr. Speaker. And then the definitive elements, the action elements, if you come to Article 13, B, it says we are going to have the ministry at the national level. One, providing standards, not giving policy directions, providing standards and guidelines to ensure that equitable primary health care services are delivered. Mr. Speaker, we are in a country that we know that health care has been an issue of marginalization to communities since independence. And here, you have got a leeway where you're giving a national executive to further marginalized counties. Mr. Speaker, B says that the ministry shall consolidate and analyze national primary health care data from the counties and ensure a timely transmission to stakeholders to use in decision-making. Where is the decision-making bit being done at the most, Mr. Speaker? It is at the county level. You channel data to go to the national government to make decisions that are going to be effective in the grassroots, Mr. Speaker. It defeats the purpose for which the Constitution was created, Mr. Speaker. Then it talks about facilitation of knowledge, it talks about providing capacity, and it talks about coordination by the National Treasury. Now, this entire section of the bill, Mr. Speaker, I want to persuade colleague senators. We simply need to edit this and say the ministry shall provide resources to be able to facilitate consultation at county levels. The ministry shall provide resources to consolidate and analyze national primary care issues at the county level. The ministry shall facilitate release of resources to county governments to be able to share dissemination of information at the local level. The ministry shall provide money to county government, Mr. Speaker, to be able to give technical assistance at the grassroots level. This is an issue that we cannot take lightly, Mr. Speaker. This is an issue that we must stand forth as a Senate and ensure that we are enabling money to go to the grassroots.
Senator Eddie, would you wish to be informed by Senator Wombo?
You know, the senator is my senior, Mr. Speaker, and is my leader in the House. I don't mind being informed by him.
Proceed, Senator Wombo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will inform the senator for Migori, not because I'm his senior, but because I think this is... Speaker. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, on the matter of the line that is taking, on the ministry providing money to county governments for facilitation to ensure the success of primary health care, I would rather... Hello? Thank you. I would rather Senator Eddie changes that line and just pushes for the money to be pushed to the county governments so that county governments will make those decisions and they will facilitate those operations. Because every time then that the county governments will have to... The ministry, who is sabotaging? What's happening? Better microphone.
But Senator Wombo, I'm trying to struggle with your information. Because you're basically contributing.
Mr. Speaker,
just give the information.
Yes, I will. Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to say that information is part of contribution. I just saying that the monies should not, the county government should not go to the ministry and the national government to get money to facilitate success of primary health care. That money should be devolved to the health sector. It's okay, it's a point of argument, the information is passed. I thank you.
Senator Womboa, that is not information. I thought you are seized of certain information that will aid Senator Eddie in his contribution. But you are persuading Senator Eddie to take a particular line of an argument. That is not point of information, and Senator Eddie, you may proceed to actually disregard it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I hope that in the same spirit, Mr. Speaker, you'll save me the 3 minutes that have been taken away, because I've got about, I had about 5 minutes to go and I was timing myself, Mr. Speaker, and you know I'm usually very keen on time. So, Mr. Speaker, on that issue, I wanted to tell my senior that I am giving this information in context because we had the BPS sometimes early this year, mid this year I mean, and in the BPS, Mr. Speaker, the national government retained over 111 billion to healthcare, and the counties only received an average of about 46 billion. And that's why I'm saying that I would rather push that any function that we are creating here that is going to consume that money, including the council that has been created, Mr. Speaker, under Article 14, which you can see that their functionality, they are going to actually utilize this money. I would rather we push that money to go to the grassroots, Mr. Speaker. But I want just to finish this way, Mr. Speaker, because of time, in the next 2 minutes. Mr. Speaker, if you scan, and Senator Boni will tell you this, if you scan the health issues in this country, you can actually be able to categorize this health that we have. Today, if you go to our outpatients and inpatient data in our hospitals and health facilities, Mr. Speaker, 35% in the country is infectious diseases and communicable diseases. About 40%, Mr. Speaker, are diseases caused by lifestyle. About another 11%, Mr. Speaker, is an emerging component of health complexity in this country, which I will call accidents and injuries together with depression, Mr. Speaker. And then, if you look further, we have got a problem of health which people have talked about more, but then we have only about 5% that follows, which is hereditary diseases, Mr. Speaker. All these components of diseases, Mr. Speaker, there's something called placebo effect in health. They feel better when somebody talks to them on the grassroots or they go to institutions that gives them some environment that they feel better. All this, Mr. Speaker, cannot happen when you form another monster called a council of the national body, Mr. Speaker, that is going to consume money of this country, hypothesizing and talking about some ideas fed by some data, when you could actually be using that money, Mr. Speaker, to go to the grassroots and be able to be invested in proper healthcare intervention, Mr. Speaker. And that's why, for me, I wanted to invite members as I finish, that let us keenly interact with Article 13 of this bill, the management element. And then let us interact keenly with Article 14, Mr. Speaker, and be able to adjust these two articles to ensure that they can be able to have the national government mainstream these functions into the counties by making sure that money goes back to governors and MCAs to be able to manage the rest. Thank you.
Senator Wamatinga.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, sir. I also rise to support this bill, though with amendments. Mr. Speaker, sir, I'm persuaded to draw a parallel in some instances, especially clause 14. As much as this bill is a move in the right direction to ensure that we strengthen the basic health structures by promoting indigenous or local based knowledge, harvesting from the village level, it is important that we put also the right structures in place. Mr. Speaker, sir, as we are trying to reform the agricultural sector, somebody came up with the idea of having agricultural food authority. Mr. Speaker, sir, previously we had various boards that were responsible for streamlining various crops across the country. In this bill, Mr. Speaker, looking at clause 15, it is indeed very important, and having noted that, as has been said before, that health is a default function, and we therefore need to reinforce it, we should do everything possible to ensure that we reinforce it at the grassroots level. As we're doing that, Mr. Speaker, it is important that we avoid the overlap by forming another national body in terms of, as referred in clause 14, which will not only see to it that we are incurring a lot of expenditure, and we know, Mr. Speaker, sir, one of the biggest problems we have in this country is the recurrent expenditure. Mr. Speaker, sir, why would it make any sense that we form such an important law, with a move, the right move towards universal health care, but impede the same by forming a national controlling body in a default function? We know, Mr. Speaker, sir, up to now, aligning the national government and the county government through policies and frameworks that have been put in place has been hampered a lot by some of the bodies that we've put in place in the name of streamlining or even giving the policy direction. What we have managed to do, Mr. Speaker, is to create another bottleneck. This bill, Mr. Speaker, sir, being a very, very important bill towards achievement of universal health, it will be important for us as senators to ensure that we do not create another bottleneck that will hamper the already disadvantaged health sector. Leaving the money at the national government, making a body that will be oversighting primary health care, Mr. Speaker, sir, will not be doing this country any service, will be creating another bottleneck, will be creating another cost center, will be creating another institution that will be in loggerheads with the administration of the county. What we should be talking about, Mr. Speaker, sir, is reinforcing the county structures so that they can be able to define what and how they'll have to implement the policies. As much as they are formulated at the national level, they must get local interpretation. Mr. Speaker, sir, it is not lost to us that every county suffers a particular kind of ailment which is defined by the diets that are produced within that county. Mr. Speaker, sir, it is very, very important, and I would want to give an example here of my county, Nyeri, where most of the people there suffer from non-communicable diseases, diabetes, and hypertension. It will therefore be very, very important that we enforce and enforce policies that will specifically address these issues at the grassroots level. Having a national body to do that, Mr. Speaker, we will lose the very same magic that we would want to achieve of making sure that health services come closer to the people, because we'll create technocrats who will sit in their offices, draw allowances, draw a huge budget, but that money, Mr. Speaker, can well be used if it's devolved and given to the county governments, and mechanisms created where it can be oversighted in an effective way, ensuring that mwananchi who we want to give universal health gets county-specific, region-specific kind of measures that will address the ailments that affect that area. Mr. Speaker, sir, indeed, I would want to commend the Committee on Health. I would want to commend the government for the political goodwill that it has up to now demonstrated, but we must also ensure that we put the right framework in place so that it doesn't get abused in the process, so that we do not get, as it happened, Mr. Speaker, and you were a governor then, when the national governments came and said, buy all these kind of machineries, where the county governments could not even operate them, where they did not have the technical capacity to run those machineries. Mr. Speaker, sir, it is the laws that we make in this House that will promote democracy. Our role as a Senate is to ensure that democracy thrives. 10 years after democracy, after devolution, Mr. Speaker, sir, the question of how much have we been able to achieve is still a question that we must answer. Mr. Speaker, sir, much of it can be blamed by the policy direction that have been directed from the Treasury, and they perceive that they'll implement them at the grassroots level. That has failed. Equally, we can draw a parallel with what the government, the Western governments attempted to do with the structural adjustment programs when they came and decided that they have a prescription that was to be implemented across the board, and most of the African economies went to their knees. Mr. Speaker, sir, let us not repeat that mistake again. Having drawn the parallel between this bill and the Agricultural and Food Authority intention, we know today as it stands that one of the biggest impediments in the agricultural sector is this AFA. Mr. Speaker, sir, I would want to even persuade the senators that we must look at AFA, agriculture being a devolved function. We must ask ourselves, why do we need a national authority to control a function that is devolved? Why do we need directorates to sit in Nairobi to control cashew nuts that are produced at the coast, where they have no idea how the process goes about? Mr. Speaker, it is important as we debate these bills, it is important we look at the mistakes that we've done in the past and intentionally make a deliberate effort to avoid those mistakes, and therefore would want to advise us all, let's look at clause 14, because what clause 15 says, this is what we should be enforcing. We should be enforcing the mechanisms at the county government level to collect, to manage, and most importantly, to prioritize what they think is best for their people. Mr. Speaker, as I conclude, we as a Senate, we have and we must ensure that devolution succeeds. And the only way to ensure that devolution succeeds is to ensure that resources must follow functions. It cannot be, Mr. Speaker, sir, that we are standing here today talking about a health function that is devolved, and at the same time saying that we are going to create a national body that will be governing or guiding the policy. Mr. Speaker, sir, we will be missing the point. I therefore support with amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Osotsi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have listened very carefully to contributions of members here, and clearly we will all agree that though the intention is good, this bill, just like the other bill, requires some panel beating so that it serves the purpose that was intended. Mr. Speaker, I have a few concerns about this bill, which I hope that we are going to have an opportunity to make amendments to it so that we get the right product out of this. Mr. Speaker, you are aware that in our counties, we have persons called the community health volunteers. They are already there. and they're doing a fantastic job. And a lot of us, when we were campaigning, we said that we will come in the Senate and ensure that this particular group of people, their rights and their conditions of work are improved. Speaker, I'm concerned because this bill, by reading it, you get the impression that it is going to overhaul the structures that we have for community health volunteers, because it has cleverly replaced the community health volunteers with people called community health promoters. And Mr. Speaker, I know the wording is the same, but if you look at how they are going to be recruited, it's different. It implies that basically the process is going to restart. Because if you read the definition of community health promoter, Mr. Speaker, this is what it says. Community health promoter means a member of the community who is selected by residents and appointed by the county and is trained to provide community health services as defined to defined household. Mr. Speaker, it means that this process is going to start afresh. And when they say selected by residents, Mr. Speaker, this is ambiguous. We need to know who is going to select these people, and this selection, what is it? Is it an election? And if it is an election, Mr. Speaker, then we are likely to enter into serious problems because we are going to politicize health, primary health care in our communities. Because election means, Mr. Speaker, that there will be a political process to get these people. And colleagues, I want to urge you, let us look at this thing. Because we are going to make governors more powerful than ever before. We are going to facilitate governors to have formidable structures up to the household level. So this particular arrangement is a problem. And this bill is not telling us what it's going to do after coming up with this structure. What is going to happen to the community health volunteers who are there? I think we need to put an amendment to ring-fence.
Senator Sotsi, would you wish to be informed by Senator Eddie?
Eddie is a good friend of mine. I don't have any problem. Yeah.
Senator Kenyans Methu, please, the chair is in charge.
Mr. Speaker, I wanted to inform my friend and chair of CPIC, Senator Sotsi, that actually the community health volunteers, in thousands of them, have been working for the last 10 years and they haven't been paid. And that is a source of crisis. And I do agree with you that this needs to be considered, because if you select new people and these volunteers who have been working in thousands of them for the last 10 years and they have not been paid, that's a crisis and is not honest and fair to those people as well. I just want to inform you that.
Thank you. I think that's precisely clear, that there are outstanding matters that needs to be handled, even as we think about recruiting the health, community health promoters. We need to look into their welfare. If it is payment issues, have they been paid? And what happens with those who have been there? So that is not clear in this bill. Mr. Speaker, we must also appreciate
Senator
that
Kenyans, Senator Sotsi, would you wish to be informed? No, we do not have that provision. Can you proceed, Senator Osotsi?
Mr. Speaker, Senator Kinywa is my good friend.
Just proceed to conclude your
But
contribution.
sometimes he can be a problem. So, Mr. Speaker, the other point is the issue of the council. Honorable Senators, the most important provision in law that makes us exist is Article 96 of the Constitution. We exist here to protect our counties, to protect devolution. But when we are presented with pieces of legislation like this, that is proposing to claw back the gains we have made in devolution, some of us get sad. I want to request all of us, regardless of our political affiliation, please, please, let us not pass any law in this house that claws back the gains of devolution. We cannot say that primary health care, which is a devolved function, is going now to be managed by people sitting in Nairobi calling themselves a council. If you look at the list of the people proposed to sit in that council, majority of them are people at the national level. There are very few people there at the county level. So I want to urge that we make an amendment, remove that provision of having some council up there appearing to be oversighting primary health care in the counties. It will be a sad day. I know we have pressure to pass this law. But we are not going to die because we have not passed this law. Let us take our time, make appropriate amendments, improve on this bill, and pass it for the sake of our people, for the sake of our counties. Mr. Speaker, this bill, it is also against the data protection laws. And there is no clause in this bill that talks about data protection. A lot of data is going to be generated from this bill. And that data is going to be managed, organized, manipulated at the national level. And the bill does not talk about anything to do with data protection. So I will be proposing amendments to this bill to ensure that the data protection principles and guidelines and laws are complied with. Otherwise, we'll have a situation where data is going to be generated in the household and all that data, someone somewhere in Nairobi is sitting on it, manipulating it for his own benefit. So, Mr. Speaker, I know there are so many things in this bill which are not right, and I know every member wants to contribute to this bill. I don't want to take a lot of time. I only want to say that the idea of having the bill is right. But this bill must be reinforced and panel-beaten to ensure that it complies to the law and to ensure that we are not going to create monsters out of this bill. Monsters at the national level and monsters in our county. Mr. Speaker, I support. I would like the lovely lady senator from Kisii to inform me.
Time is over. So there was... Honorable Senators, there is one advice maybe I want to give as the chair. You know, often the senator is saying, let us amend. I would love to hear, I will propose amendments. Also, Senator Sosi, say, I will propose amendment. Not let us amend, let us propose. No. Very good. I think that is the best way to argue and also to register it. The next is Senator William Cheptumo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support this bill And as I do so, Mr. Speaker, I would like to refer to Article 43 of the Constitution, which, in my considered opinion, places duty on the national government, on the county government, institutions of parliament, like this Senate, to ensure that, Mr. Speaker, we achieve universal health care. And that responsibility, Mr. Speaker, as provided by the Constitution, is an attempt that has been made severally. Members have been able to submit in this House that for the last 10 years, efforts have been made to achieve this universal health care, but has not been possible, Mr. Speaker. This piece of legislation, Mr. Speaker, is a further attempt by the government to ensure that, Mr. Speaker, we achieve the universal health care. And, Mr. Speaker, I support. And if you look at the objective of this bill, Mr. Speaker, that is Clause 3E, is to provide for the role of community health officers, community health assistants, community health promoters in provision of community-based primary health care services. Mr. Speaker, this could actually be the first law in the country to take that role of ensuring health is achieved down to the villages and to the households. So, Mr. Speaker, it's a very, very progressive law. Mr. Speaker, I want to agree with submissions by members because, Mr. Speaker, I've seen Clause 13 and Clause 14 of this bill has raised a lot of concern. And the argument here is that we are beginning to lose the gains of devolution. But, Mr. Speaker, we have the power, we have the opportunity today and tomorrow to ensure that we don't fail in that gain. What do I say? Why do I say that, Mr. Speaker? Because if you look at the process of legislating, a bill is proposed, take advantage, and rest of the occasion is the third reading, where now proposed amendments by these members, by the members of this House, Mr. Speaker, will be taken. Mr. Speaker, I want to propose that we don't lament as a House. We take advantage of our powers under the standing orders, under the Constitution, and be able to amend this law in a manner, Mr. Speaker, that finally it will serve the purpose of strengthening devolution in the health sector. And so I want to agree with members that we have the opportunity and we have that position to be able to amend this Constitution. So, this bill. Mr. Speaker, therefore, the provisions of clause, and I want to inform members that we don't have articles in a bill. We have clauses. And we have sections in a law, in an act of parliament. Maybe it's something to understand so that you don't talk over.
Senator William Cheptumo, who are you informing?
I'm informing the House, Mr. Speaker.
Because I can see you are eyes are directed to Senator.
To everybody in the House, Mr. Speaker. So it's about. Yeah, I'm informing everybody in the House, Mr. Speaker. Well, those who know, I confirm. Mr. Speaker, so I really proceed and say it is important to do that, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me refer to Clause 9 of this bill. And Mr. Speaker, Clause 9 talks about the recruitment of the community health promoters, which, Mr. Speaker, the same people referred to by Honorable Sosti. These are the currently called community health volunteers. But in this bill, they will now be referred to as community community health promoters. But he has also raised a very critical point. How shall we ensure that the current community health volunteers will also be retained as promoters under this particular law? So it is really a good point, Mr. Speaker. So it says, so community health promoters shall be selected by the community through a public participation forum. Again, back to what Munkatana said. What is the nature of this public participation, Mr. Speaker? Remember, me and you in the last parliament, we were trying to pass a law on public participation. Up to today, Mr. Speaker, there is no single statute in the country that guides the process of public participation. As Honorable Wamalwa in that 12th parliament tried, and my committee then, we tried our best, but we adjourned before we passed that law. So who is going to guide? What's going to guide the process of public participation? And I think Munkata's argument here is really important, Mr. Speaker, and therefore there is need therefore to define the context of the public participation in in clause 9, and it therefore say forum and appointed by the county government. But Mr. Speaker, if you go to F of that particular clause, one of the requirements or qualification is that promoter is literate and can read and write in at least one of the national languages. And Mr. Speaker, my problem is the use of the word or, the local language. Mr. Speaker, I would have preferred to say and. But when you say or, it means you may not know how to read in English, in Kiswahili, but you can actually do it in your language. Mr. Speaker, the document that we are going to have to educate those members of the public, trying to prevent those situations they face, will be in English. So, Mr. Speaker, I think that is a section that I will be able, as you directed, be able to propose an amendment. So that, Mr. Speaker, the local vernacular alone can definitely not be a requirement for one to be promoted, to be appointed as a promoter of community healthy worker in our communities. Mr. Speaker, I want to conclude by saying that what we think is not proper, we have the powers, the opportunity to amend. What is right, we pass as it is, but I want to thank the President of the Republic of Kenya, Mr. Speaker, because he has come out clearly wanting that we achieve universal health care in this country. And that's now why, Mr. Speaker, we have 4 legislations before Parliament, so that, Mr. Speaker, we are able to participate. And Senate, Mr. Speaker, has the best opportunity. And I'm happy I'm serving as a senator of Baringo at this time, because this is when we are going to pass a law that is going to ensure universal health care is achieved in our counties. Mr. Speaker, I support.
Thank you, Senator Cheptumo. Now, let the House benefit from a medic, Senator Mboni Karare, the Majority Whip.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Constitution of Kenya, 2010, in the 4th schedule, divides that schedule into 2 parts. Part 1, assigning functions to the national government, and Part 2, to the county governments. Mr. Speaker, because of the provisions in Clause 13 and Clause 14, we might like it, we might hate it. My witness is here, Justice Mathayo, a lawyer. My witness is here, Mungatana, a lawyer. My witness is here, Veronica Maina, a lawyer. My witness is here, Cheptumo, a lawyer. This thing will be challenged in court and it will be found to be unconstitutional because of 13 and 14 clauses. End of story. And you know, Speaker, I like it when you acknowledge that I'm a doctor, when you introduce me. There is something called intellectual honesty. Mr. Speaker, because I'm speaking to colleagues, let us not joke with the principle of intellectual honesty. When you acquire ideas, you analyze ideas, you transmit those ideas to the public the way we are doing it, you must do it honestly. And honestly speaking, 13 and 14 are against the provisions of the Constitution of Kenya. Mr. Speaker, when somebody tries to remove the wind from my windpipe, thinking that we are not practicing medicine because we are in this place, it reminds me the story of a child in the US sitting in a science class, was asked, what is the meaning of E is equal to MC squared? This boy had listened to a song by Mariah Carey, and Mariah Carey, a pop singer, had called her song E is equal to MC squared. So the boy, an intellectual boy, an intelligent boy, said it is Mariah Carey's song. No, that is the theory that revolutionized science, revolutionized life by Albert Einstein. And many people, including colleagues of Albert Einstein, used to belittle him because he was an ordinary man who used to ride a bike. Colleagues, let us agree, even with some members of the opposition, who think that we should give this debate the time it requires so that we make a law that will not be embarrassed when people proceed to court. Mr. Speaker, having appealed, let me just take my colleagues to clause 9. In clause 9.2, you are trying to explain the qualifications of a community health promoter. And you say in B that it must be somebody who understands the role of a community promoter. You go further and say that it must be a resident of a respective community. Mr. Speaker, may I appeal to members that all these things are irrelevant if we were looking for promoting health. The person we should be looking, the most paramount qualification is that they must have medical knowledge. Medical knowledge. Even the so-called the community health volunteers are people who have got some degree of medical knowledge. When Senator Osoti speaks to the issue of data protection, did you know that long before the law of data collection came into power, all medical practitioners take a Hippocratic oath meant to ensure that the knowledge they have about you, they don't share with other people. It remains patient doctor, patient medical practitioner, confidential issue. So here you are in clause 9, you're opening it up, you appoint a quack from nowhere, and the quack starts saying that, in fact, Osoti came to me yesterday, he was having gonorrhea. Yes, the quack will say it. But I'm telling you. They say, this is serious. They say, in fact, that girl who is 18 years old, Mr. Speaker, I have known from the records that the girl has sickle cell. The moment you tell them the girl has a sickle cell, intelligent parents will Google, that girl will be denied an opportunity to marry in that family because she's a carrier of a deadly illness that makes it impossible for people to have a normal family. This bill, I agree with the leader of the majority, is important, we must pass it, but not in so much hurry. I mean, we're supposed to be informed by the report of the Health Committee. It was tabled here minutes before the motion was, before the bill was. So who has read it? Members of the committee chair, the fact that you have brought here a bill that has got 13 and 14 means that you are not properly seized of this particular bill. And let us stop and not be arrogant because we are many on the government side. We can pass it. The thing is, when the time of reckoning comes, what will befall this House is what befell the National Assembly when, a few years ago, they arrogantly used the numbers they were having to pass the infamous the miscellaneous Security Amendments Bill, which was declared unconstitutional. We are supposed to be a house of reflection. So when a small practitioner then goes to court and renders all of us, 68 of us, I mean 68 because the Speaker is part of it, 68 of us as being people who cannot reflect on issues, then I'm afraid it doesn't reflect on the principle of intellectual honesty. Mr. Speaker, in Article 10, the functions of the community promoters are defined, and I've marked them A, C, F, and J, and G, and L. Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, sir, if we joke around, we are handing a very critical role into the hands of people who will promote something we call in science quackism, quacks. They'll just be quacks, taking care of our children. This guy is going to become so authoritative. Your child has an asthmatic attack. You take to him and he tells you, go home, your child will be all right. The child has got a small sore throat. And the child has got an asthmatic attack. And you go home innocently because this guy is very recognized now by this law, and the child dies. It's time legislation accommodated professionalism. Where we need lawyers, populated with lawyers. Where you need human resource professionals, do the same. Where you need people like us, accommodate them. That's the only way we will make this society of ours all inclusive. Having said that, yesterday I spoke to the other bill, and I said that I wanted to make amendments. But overnight I thought about it, colleagues. The majority whip, and this is a bill by a majority leader. Why would I be amending that bill? I think it doesn't look good. Something is missing. You should have team spirit. Yeah, so that people know what's coming. If I'm whipping members to come and vote on a bill, and I'm the one who is moving amendments, then am I really part of the team? We don't want to be humiliated. Let consultations be done so that we can do our job, and when we get paid at the end of the month, my children eat that money knowing that their father sweated for it. I appeal to this House. There is something called impunity. Impunity, I'm not teaching anybody, but impunity is exempting somebody from punishment for an action that has got injurious consequences. Let us not introduce impunity in legislation. I support and I appeal, I request that we don't rush this process. Mr. Speaker, we ensure that this is done properly, it is done finely. And do you know why? I have been a medical officer of health for the current Machakos County, the current Kakamega County. And I know that the appetite might be in this drafting, people are eyeing global funds. Global funds tend to go for primary health promotion. Global funds for combating malaria, for combating HIV, for combating tuberculosis, go for primary care. So a joker in Nairobi wants this money to be controlled from Nairobi so that they do what they normally do. Let's give service to Kenya. Some of you come from places like Kiambu, places like Machakos, Kakamega, where literacy levels are very high and poverty levels are reasonably lower. People in some counties, Turkana included, with due respect, must be protected by the legislation that we make. With those many remarks, Mr. Speaker, I support and call for caution.
Senator Agnes Kavino.
Thank you, Chair, for giving me this opportunity to be able to do my contribution to this bill. This bill is good, but Mr. Speaker, as many of us have said, for sure, universal health care is very important, especially for primary. But, Mr. Speaker, these people we are calling CHVs, Mr. Speaker, they've been working for the last 10 years. When I came to the Senate 2021, I started fighting for them in Machakos because they had pending bills of 70,000 shillings each of the CHVs. And to date, Mr. Speaker, they have not been paid. When I make noise as a senator, they are given 1 month salary, which is not really a salary. They usually given a token of 2,500, which is not enough even for them to walk around checking the people at homes. And Mr. Speaker, these people do a lot of work because they volunteer, walking house to house to check who is sick and what. Mr. Speaker, can you protect me from the senators?
All the senators consult in RUTO's candidate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Because of that, before we change the name of the CHVs to health, to community health promoters, kindly I would ask the one who has brought this bill to make sure that those CHVs are paid fully. Secondly, they are the ones who should be reinstated to these positions before others are picked. Because they've been volunteering, they work almost for free. Because what is 2,500? Because that is what they earn, that is what they are paid. And to date, in my county of Machakos, and I believe even the rest of the counties, these people owe the county governments a lot of money. Because they keep on calling me personally. I don't know if the other senators keep on receiving these calls from them. So I would say this bill is not bad, but a lot of it, the laws must be changed to fit the people, because we are defenders of devolution as senators. And so we should not allow anything that will not promote our counties to be passed in this house. As Senator Boni Halwale has said, there's a lot of illiteracy, but I want to tell him Machakos is not much. If Kakamega is much, people are educated now, and I don't even think in Kiambu is the same. But I get his point. His point is we pass this bill and it falls in the hands of people who don't know what they are doing. They'll implement things which are not good and which are not right. As he has said, somebody might be having asthma, and then the health community workers think that it's just a normal cold. And they send them home and that person dies. Because that time they need urgency, they need the attention of the doctor. So even as we pick them, would also support that we check on their medical background, or even they are taken on special programs to understand elementals of health, so that they can be able to help our people. Mr. Speaker, I say like the rest, let's not rush this bill. Let's look at it properly and do a good work which will help our counties. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Senator John Meru.
Look again.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. And I also rise to support this particular bill. I think as a House, Honorable Speaker, we have built consensus that this is a very timely bill. The leader of majority was able to elucidate on the reasons why we actually feel that this is a very timely bill, and we need to do justice, just as my colleagues have referred to. We have a responsibility as government, both the national government and the county government, to provide healthcare services to our people, as indicated in Article 43 of the Constitution of Kenya, that every person has a right to attain the highest standard of health, which includes the right to health care services, including reproductive health care. Honorable Speaker, it's not a preserve of the national government, it's not a preserve of the county government, it's a preserve of everybody who has a responsibility to ensure that we give this kind of service. Honorable Speaker, I am very impressed that, and my colleagues have actually spoke to the issues that are around this bill and the objects as to why we believe and we want this bill to come to force. And also our, the issues that we find in the bill that needs very serious panel beating, Honorable Speaker, that primary health care services shall be accessed at community and health facility in accordance with this Act and any other written law. Honorable Speaker, I will not want to be able to explain why health is something that is so serious, and I said it yesterday when we were dealing with the other bill, Honorable Speaker, because none of these people who are in here, including Dr. Halwale, who is a medical doctor, can be able to provide healthcare services to himself, Honorable Speaker. We need to come together so that we can be able to devolve health to the lowest unit, Honorable Speaker. And I'm very, very impressed, Honorable Speaker, that from the objects of this bill, we want to push healthcare services even to the household level, Honorable Speaker. That community health promoters, Honorable Speaker, will be able to come to the lowest levels, Honorable Speaker. They will be able to come and meet you at your home, Honorable Speaker, and that community health care services will commence at the household, Honorable Speaker. My colleagues have spoken that my colleagues have been able to mention that if we are able to, one, ensure that we have people diagonized at the very lowest levels, Honorable Speaker, then we can be able to cut our, the amount of money that we spend on health services, Honorable Speaker, that not every person will be able to go to a health facility, or not every other person will be required to go all the way to health facility, Honorable Speaker. Health education, Honorable Speaker, is something else that we've spoken. Senator Danson Manzo, when he was speaking, Honorable Speaker, he was able to elucidate here that when we had Corona, Honorable Speaker, and people, issues to do with hygiene and cleanliness were taken to the grassroots, Honorable Speaker, diseases greatly reduced, and very few people are now visiting hospitals, Honorable Speaker. So this health education and promotion, Honorable Speaker, is something that needs to go to the grassroots and the lowest level, Honorable Speaker. Issues to do with disease prevention and all these things that are required, are aimed at being done by these community health promoters are things that I actually support, Honorable Speaker. And secondly, Honorable Speaker, where I actually feel, just as my colleagues who have spoken here, we need to be a bit more careful with this bill, Honorable Speaker, because we are not deficient in terms of our laws on who is that person that has been charged with the responsibility of providing primary health care, Honorable Speaker. Because, Honorable Speaker, if you go to the part 2 of the fourth schedule of the Constitution of Kenya, which you and myself swore to uphold, Honorable Speaker, county health services, including and in particular promotion of health care, promotion of primary health care, Honorable Speaker, is a preserve of the county governments, Honorable Speaker. It is then out of this, Honorable Speaker, that I am finding myself a bit conflicted that we want to legislate to remove powers from our devolved units and then take them back to the national government, Honorable Speaker, in the sense that if you look at Object 13 of this particular bill that we are speaking about, Honorable Speaker, the role of the ministry responsible, or the role of the Ministry of Health, Honorable Speaker, we are creating another monster, Honorable Speaker, and we are creating another center of power, Honorable Speaker, in the Ministry of Health of issues that are supposed to be dealt with by the county governments. Honorable Speaker, if I look at just number 3 of this particular provision, Honorable Speaker, the other two have been spoken to by some of my colleagues, consolidate and analyze national primary health care data from the counties and ensure its timely transmission to stakeholders. Honorable Speaker, the National Ministry is taking data to analyze so that they can transmit to the stakeholders. Who are the stakeholders in provision of primary health? Is the county government. So you are picking information from the county government so that you can transmit it to the county government, so that the county government can be able to, the second thing they are saying is that so that they can use this for decision making, Honorable Speaker. Why are you, why are you doing something that you are not supposed to be doing? Why are you taking data to the people that you are supposed, are supposed to keep this data, Honorable Speaker? Who are these people, Honorable Speaker, that are taking this data, Honorable Speaker? I mean, we are not, we are protectors of devolution, Honorable Speaker. We cannot legislate, Honorable Speaker, to say that we want to remove powers from the county government, and the Constitution has given them this power. Honorable Speaker, if you look at, again, Object 14 of this particular bill, Honorable Speaker, and I'm very happy that the committee has made this observation and this amendment. Even on the face of it, out of the 6 or 7 people that are in this thing that we are calling Primary Healthcare Advisory Council. And Honorable Speaker, those of us who have been here, not for a long time, Honorable Cheriot and Honorable Kenyo have been here, and Honorable Leleg with this one. They have, when they hear about an advisory council, it is that advisory council that had arrested Honorable Dr. Lelegwe when he was coming to this house, Honorable Speaker. The National Security Advisory Council, Honorable Speaker. A jargon that does not exist in law, but some people just want to, form something and they keep power to themselves. This Senator Kinyua here was being hunted by Raika in the last parliament, Honorable Speaker, because they don't want him to come to parliament, Honorable Speaker. And then we want to form another thing here that we are calling the National Primary Health Care Advisory Council, and Dr. Lilegu is here to support, and Senator Kinyua is here to support, and Aaron is here to support. We are not very happy, Honorable Speaker. It is Aaron here who said, and someday a leader from the opposition said, government is its own children. Honorable Cheriot here, that time said, that the National Advisory Council is not a creation of law. Just the same way that this thing should not be a creation of law. Why are we taking so much power to the national government? And this is
Senator Rengo, what is your point of order?
Honorable Speaker, sir, I rise on a point of order, standing order number 11, to limit debate. We have sat here for about 3 hours,
Senator Rengo,
and the system is failing us.
just
and
have
most
your
of
seat.
us.
I put the house in order again. There is something on. I have a communication to this house. We are interrupting this debate for some purpose.
Okay.
Your time is over, Senator Medu. Your time is over. The rate was rent. Your time is up. I am reliably informed. And also you made your point. Don't revere on the points that you made. Under the senators, under Senator Okech, you can't direct the chair. Senator Murango, order. Your time is over. Senator, honorable senators, as you are aware today being a Wednesday, order Senator Murango. Senator Murango, order. Honorable senators, today being a Wednesday, you are aware that one of our core responsibility is to invite CSs to appear before the Senate. And we have two CSs who are here, the CS Energy and the CS Brew Economy, Mining and Brew Economy. So we have actually 45 minutes, now 43 minutes to listen to them, to answer the questions asked by your colleague senators. So I will ask, and we'll go on by this order, the two questions for the Minister of Energy and Petroleum, 20 minutes. 20 minutes each. And then the last one by Senator Boni Kalwale, another 20 minutes or less. So we are really constrained by time. So any subsidiary questions, any supplementary questions will be very limited and actually should be focused on the subject matter. Today we have no laxity of time to ask about issues or concerning Nyandarua, concerning Migori, concerning Kajiando. No, we are very strict to the subject matter. So, Sergeant at Arms, kindly invite the CS Energy. The interrupted debate will proceed in the afternoon session, 2:30 p.m. Actually, I would request even the clerks to note those members who are in the queue. Yes. To be fair to them, honestly. And you start with the Senator Murango. And they have the list. They have the list, both sides. Kindly note that. Oh. I understand you want to start with the CS Burikonu. Is that? Okay, fine. Because I thought, yeah, on the senators, I want us, we didn't want to invite the CS Energy, and I thank you for creating time. We know we are in the borders of Kenya, but thank you for creating time to come and also enjoy the heat in Turkana. So, CS, thank you very much for your time. And I want us to go straight to the question by Senator Renku Orekanal.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Senator Kenywa, order. Order. Proceed, Senator Renku.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. My question
Senator Kenywa, approach the chair.
To the Cabinet Secretary, what is the status of compensation by the Kenya Electricity Transmission Company Limited, KETRACO, to landowners affected by the construction of Uma University Namanga, Uma University Konza, and Emali Loitoktok electricity transmission lines? B, could the Cabinet Secretary state the measures put in place to ensure that Kajiado County benefit from her energy resources while indicating the status of explorations of gas, solar, wind, and geothermal energy in the county? C, could the Cabinet Secretary provide details of corporate or social responsibility, CSR, agreements between the National Oil Corporations of Kenya and local communities in Magadi, in Kajiado County, with regards to the Lake Magadi oil exploration, noting that phase 3 of the project is about to commence and the community is yet to benefit since the commencement of the exploration. D, what measures have been put in place to ensure the CSR agreements are implemented? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, CS. You respond to the first question.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and nice to be here in Lodwar, appearing before Senate Mashinani, and I want to really congratulate Senate for bringing us to Lodwar. Chair, the question from let me confirm. I just circulated my response, which is signed, and I want to confirm, Chair, that all the members have the written response, so that I can quickly, in a structured way, run it through. Speaker, do all the members have the written response signed?
Yes, I want to agree with you because it has a lot of tables, so members could really benefit more if they could get this document, especially the owner of this question. Do you have this report, this document, Senator?
Thank you, Speaker. Let me start while.
Sorry.
I don't have the sign on this one. This is not signed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Let me thank Honorable Lenku Seki for the question in the order paper number 36. And Speaker, let me respond as follows. The question is the status of compensation by Kenya Electricity Transmission Company Limited to landowners affected by construction of Uma University Namanga, Uma University Konza, and Emali Loitoktok electricity lines. The current compensation status of the two lines, Speaker and honorable members, are as follows. Kenya, Tanzania, Isinya Namanga transmission line. The project affected person compensation status is as shown in the table where, with the 502 persons who are project affected person, 297 have been fully compensated, which represents 59%. Those offer accepted, payment and being processed are 19. Offer accepted and the registration of the easement is in process are 18, another 4%. Offer accepted with incomplete documentation, 6, which represents 1%. Offer rejected, and we are working with the ministry staff to make sure that we do get through those 11 easements at 2%. Offer letters issued yet to be returned, 116. Other absentee landlords with succession issues and so on and so forth at 35. That is the 502 project affected persons on that corridor, which will facilitate the interconnector between Kenya, Tanzania through Isinya. In terms of payments, as of June 27th, we have already, there are payments for land and payment compensation for crops and structures. And I've equally shown the compensation that has so far been paid and what is outstanding in terms of deficit. And we are working to provide the budget. So in terms of land, Honorable Speaker, we have a total estimate of 1,300,336,946. And the payment so far made is 1,76,592,276, with a deficit of 233,744,670 in terms of deficit, and we are working to make sure we do get funding because this line is critical. Tanzania needs an interconnector because they want to pick some power through Kenya from Ethiopia. In terms of structures, Honorable Speaker, we have so far compensated, we have a budget of 37,886,902, and so far paid for structures is 36,681,379.53, and we have a deficit which we are also working on of 405,522. In terms of the crop for the way leaf, because we would normally buy the way leaf and pay for the crops or compensate for the crops, we have a total cost estimate of 277,817,105. So far, we have paid 223,951,905 paid, and we have a deficit of 3,865,200 shillings. And we are also working on that to make sure we do have the full allocation so that we can do full compensation, because we plan to finish that line in the next 2 months. In fact, we were targeting end of October to be able to commission that line. And the total, Speaker, is, the total budget for that route is 1.5 billion, 1,565,240,953.
Bwana CS, I want to make your life a bit easy, because the honourable member and some of the members have this document. You can refer just to the table as it is, okay, instead of reading the figures.
Thank you, Speaker.
Minutes, yes.
With respect to Sultan Hamoud Murueshi Loitoktok 132 kV line, which is 105 kilometers, the status of the project affected persons compensation status is shown in that table as guided, Honorable Speaker, and the total number of project affected persons are 156, and so far you will note that we have paid up 88 have been processed, which represent 56%, and that is the summary table, Honorable Speaker. Pending bills as at 27 June stands for land at 156 million as a budget, 375,243. We have so far paid 133,917, and there's a deficit of 22,458,000. And again, as guided chair, We have given a summary for the land, the structures, and the compensation for the crops on the way leaf, and the total budget is 302,594,705. That's the total budget, and so far paid is 176,359,766, and we have a deficit of 126,234,938 for Sultan Hamoud, Murueshi, Loitoktok, 132 kV line, which is 105 kilometers. For Isinya Konza, a transmission line, another high voltage transmission line, 400 kV, 40 kilometers. The project affected persons are 171. And you will also note that we are about 50% done, with 75 persons already fully paid. Those who have accepted the offer is 22, and the rest of the summary is as shown on that table, Honorable Speaker and Honorable Senator for Kajiado. The pending bills are shown on the table below that, which with a summary of 541,843,783, and total payment so far standing at 263,692,882, and we have a deficit of 278, which we are also working on. With respect, Honorable resources, while indicating the status of exploration of gas, solar, wind, and geothermal energy in the county, I want to confirm that Kajiado County is truly endowed with solar, wind resources. Already 100 megawatts is being harnessed by Kipeto, a concessionaire who has been dispatching 100 megawatts of wind. We have 25 megawatts at Ngong, which is harnessed by Kengen. And those are already operational. We also have 50 megawatts of wind power from Chania Green, which is under development with construction works at preliminary stages. There are plans to increase generation from Gong Wind Power Plant by additional 11 megawatts by Kengen. In terms of solar energy, Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, the Ministry has implemented a program of installation of solar PV in public schools, health centers, police stations, and we have an aggressive program to make sure we do cover all the public institutions which are not covered with some serious maximization on the transformers already installed on the ground. In terms of geothermal, Kenya has a potential of generating up to 10,000 megawatts. Among the sites with potential for geothermal is Mount Suswa and Magadi in Kajiado County. Exploration and development is expected to be done by the private sector, and power will be procured based on evolution of demand as per the least cost power development plan. Finally, some 459 residents, stroke customers of Kajiado living along the 400 kV line, that's the Kenya-Tanzania interconnector, are already benefiting from connection of electricity under the last mile connectivity, which is a CSR project. And like I've confirmed, we are working on an aggressive program to make sure that all the public institutions are connected. With respect to details of corporate social responsibility agreements between NOC, National Oil Corporation, and local communities in Magadi, Kajiado County with regard to the Lake Magadi oil exploration, noting that the honorable members talked to our going into phase 3 of the project. And what exactly are we doing? We have a Block 14T, the one the honorable member is talking about, which is harnessed by NOC. Honorable Speaker, members, in 2010, National Oil signed a production sharing contract with the government through the ministry to carry out exploration activities for hydrocarbons resources in Block 14T. The block is located in Kenya's Rift Valley geographical area and runs from the Lake Norton border with Tanzania to Lake Bogoria to the north of Nakuru City, crossing over 4 counties of Kajiado, Narok, Nakuru, and Baringo. The total gazetted area that defines Block 14T under that production sharing contract is 17,400 kilometers square. The Magadi sub-basin is 7,280 kilometers, which is approximately 41% of the block. The remaining 59%, especially at the center of the block north of Suswa and south of Nakuru City, is confirmed to be under geothermal resources that are associated with regions of low or no hydrocarbon prospectivity. A number of exploration projects have been carried out in the block by National Oil Corporation, in-house and in partnership with some Japanese company called Jokmek. A majority of production sharing contract exploration activities have focused on Magadi region owing to the information that NOC has kept updating from subsequent technical programs since the PSC was signed. As the operator in this block, 14T, NOC recognizes the host community as one of the primary stakeholders whose well-being is key to success of the exploration activities in the region. And in recognition that the best way to ensure future employability, decent life, and reduce inequality is through investment in quality and equitable education at all levels. It is worth noting, honorable members, that Kajiado people are largely pastoralists. In addition to cattle racing, the people of Magadi have also ventured into agricultural activities. It is through this consideration, among others, that NOC therefore prioritize facilities and support to the community through various projects as indicated in the table, which I've enumerated what we are doing in education, which include purchasing of some desks.
Okay, sorry for interrupting you severally, but I want to agree that Senator Seki, as this table, kindly go through it and check whether you are comfortable with the project. Only some guidance, because so that you can save on time. Because if the CS will take us through this table, then that may take us more than 2 hours on that one question. So therefore, Senator Seki, just check on these facilities and the CSR and check whether you agree with them so that you can ask your supplementary question. But you can just make the conclusion.
Thank you for that guide again, yes. Honorable Chair, Speaker. On D, the question was on measures that have been put in place to ensure that the CSR agreements are implemented. And I want to confirm that NOC, fully aware of its responsibility towards its stakeholders, has put in place measures to ensure completion of projects initiated. The onboarding of the contractor by NOC to carry out the CSR activities is guided by Public Procurement and Assets Disposal Act. The CSR agreement with local group ranch community leadership is implemented within the production sharing contract period. This has resulted in high number of CSR activities National Oil has managed to undertake as detailed in that table that Mheshimiwa Seki is scrutinizing, and of course the honorable members. As exploration activities move to the next phase, additional CSR agreements will be made as per the arrangements. And I want to confirm, Mheshimiwa Seki, that as we go to this third phase, we will work with the communities to identify the projects and programs that we will undertake together going forward. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Seki, I know you are really constrained to go through this report or the response, because you have just received this document. Maybe in future, maybe we will request that the response should become early enough, because we could have made a lot of progress with the down of the question. So, Senator Seki, are you at a position to give a supplementary question now?
Honorable Speaker, I think it's good that we give the members who have supplementary questions, then I come later.
So do you have any?
Yes, I do.
That.
Yes, I do have. Yes, I have.
You know, this is your question and we are really constrained by time. If you could just go...
Let me give Senator Perez, then I will definitely come in.
Senator Perez Tovico. Just press and wait.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I see that the Minister in his response has said that a number of residents of Kajiado County who are living along the Kenya-Tanzania interconnector are already benefiting from connection of electricity under the last mile connectivity project, which is a CSR project. Mr. Speaker, this line crisscrosses Kajiado in many parts. The line comes from Konza City across Isinya, joining the Kajiado line. There is a line going towards Namanga. But, Mr. Speaker, I would request the Minister to get the facts on the ground because, Mr. Speaker, this line, the entire project has been in trouble with the community because the community sees a huge government project that they have not benefited. In fact, those along the grid still were told to get their power from rural electrification as CSR. But rural electrification has not done that. A lot of people are seeing the major line passing through their lands, but they don't have power. Power is going to Tanzania. Power is going elsewhere. So people do not understand the benefit of a very huge government line that crosses their pieces of land, and they do not have electricity, Mr. Speaker. And so, Mr. Speaker, a lot of residents along the grid have not benefited from getting connected.
Make it as short as possible, Senator Perez.
All right, Mr.
Go
Speaker.
straight to the point.
The point is the people have no electricity and the line is passing through their land. That is one. Mr. Speaker, and you know this Kajiado East was my constituency for a long time. And I can tell you we have had a problem with this Ketrako line for long. Another thing, Mr. Speaker, we see the substations at Konza, the substation at Isinya, at a place called Ormirui, but we do not have people from that community employed within the project. And so we wonder, are there Kenyans who are meant to work and others who are not supposed to work? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
CS, respond to that intervention.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Mheshimiwa Perez. I did come with the Managing Director for Ketrako, Engineer John Mativo, so that he can help me to document some of the concern and ensure that we follow up. I also am here with the Managing Director for Kenya Power, Engineer Dr. Joseph Siror. And Mheshimiwa Perez, I think the point is noted. As I came to respond to this question, I did take stock of the status of electrification in the public institutions, particularly the primary schools in Kajiado County. And I note, for example, that there is some serious concern and we need to pay attention to the level of electrification in Kajiado East, which today stands at 44% in all the primary schools. The lowest in Kajiado against a high of 78% for Kajiado West, 67% for Kajiado South, for all those primary schools, 99 primary schools in the 44 are electrified. So I want to confirm, Speaker, that we have done an audit with the members of parliament of the status of electrification of public institutions, and we are going to run programs and projects to ensure that even when we seek for funding, we are funding projects and not just getting a pool of money that ends up being used to do other projects. So let me confirm, Chair, that we've had the concern. It's not only the concern for Kajiado, it's a concern of everywhere where we get natural resources as per Article 73 of the Constitution, and we'll pay attention to ensure that the people living within those corridors, those counties, are rewarded accordingly. In terms of employment, I did say I've come with Dr. Engineer Mativo, and we will pay attention to that concern. Thank you, Speaker. Thank you.
Senator Seki. Senator Seki. Ask your supplementary question.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Waziri. Let me take let me ask that the issue raised by Paris, and I think the Minister has, the Cabinet Secretary has answered, is the issue of CSR, where it was an agreement that the community where these lines go through must get power through rural electrification, REREC. But entirely, the public schools and homesteads within that area entirely have nothing. They have no electricity in those areas. If you look at the line that is going from Sultan Hamud to Loitoktok, it is just the line that is going through. No power in those homesteads. And there is no arrangement on that. Yes, it is good that you give this house the exact arrangements and plans of the ministry to make sure that this line or this arrangement that was there is put, because from Isinya to Namanga, it is almost a line that has now more than 6 years since the establishment of that line, and there is no electricity in those homesteads. And when you go to Kajiado Central, we have a very huge deficit of electricity in that Kajiado Central, particularly on the 2-3 wards, that is Matapato North and Matapato South. And you have the line that is going to Tanzania, and our people have no electricity. And the number of people who have been compensated is still wanting. So I think it is good that you give this Honorable House the clearance of this. And I don't know, Honorable Speaker, I'll get another question about the...
CS answer what you have asked first. CS.
Thank you again, Honorable Seki. Let me confirm, Honorable Speaker, that I've been, for purposes of going much lower to the ground, I personally wrote to every member of Parliament to confirm the status of electrification in their constituencies, to confirm the level of electrification in every constituency. And like I said, for example, when you talk to Kajiado Central, Honorable Elijah Memusi did, out of the 118 schools in that constituency, 76 have been confirmed by the Member of Parliament to have power, and therefore the balance of 24 plus 18, about 40, we are putting them under programs to ensure that we do provide and service those public institutions fully. But more importantly, the point of really working around public institutions, there are centers of where we live. And once we electrify those public institutions, we will then run on maximization to ensure that everybody around those public institutions have electricity. Subsequently, we'll then look at the black spots and provide transformers to service those points. So, Honorable Speaker, let me confirm that I have all the data for Kajiado Central. I have comprehensive responses. We can, out of session, spend time with the leadership to see the programs that will be running to make sure that everybody is really brought up to where the rest of the country is in terms of electrifications of public institutions, and more importantly, maximization to ensure that the people do get power. But more importantly, in respect to the question asked by the Mheshimiwa, and which I did raise, we have challenges really going through those corridors. When I did answer the question, we have landowners who have not given us easement to date to be able to, and therefore we really need to work with the communities, ensure that they benefit, particularly in those corridors, so that we can work together and expedite the development of this country. Because, like you said, a program which runs for 6 years, when it is supposed to be finished in 3 years, does cost the economy so much losses, because we would have done development by ensuring that this line is finished and we are able to transfer power from Kenya, Ethiopia to Tanzania and vice versa, so that when we have challenges of blackouts like we recently had, we should be able to support one another in power trade with our neighboring countries. So we will pay attention. I said again, I'm here with Dr. Mativo, to Isinya Namanga route, Sultan Hamud Loitoktok. Those projects are supposed to be finished by April next year, and therefore you'll see us working on accelerated programs to ensure that we cover the residents living along these corridors. But the point has been noted. Thank you, Speaker.
So, to be very sincere, there are so many members who have supplementary questions, I'm aware. But I will give guidance that because of the situation that we are in, on Wana CS, maybe you'll find some time and appear before the Senate committee so that these members, electricity issues are everywhere, in every county, as you are aware. So every senator has a supplementary question. So I'll give guidance that maybe we pend some of them, and then through the office of the clerk to get the CS some time when we get back to Nairobi to appear before the committee so that the members can be able to discuss all those issues. Therefore, I want to go to the next question by Senator Chute. Senator Abbas, you are holding brief for Senator Chute.
Honorable Speaker, I think I'm standing for my neighbor senator for Marsabit, Senator Mohammed Said Sute. And I want to commend the CS for coming all the way. That shows how committed and serious he is actually on this business. And I want to thank you for that. If I may go to the question, Senator Chute is asking the Cabinet Secretary, what is the current number of electricity transmission lines linking the Yangalani town to Suswa town? B, could the Cabinet Secretary provide an update on the progress of repair works on the weak transmission line originating from Lake Turkana wind power, and also indicate the timelines for its completion? C, could the Cabinet Secretary provide the clarification on the penalty imposed on the government by Lake Turkana wind power due to the construction delay of the power line, detailing the penalty amount and the average monthly payment made by the government in relation to this project? D, what action has the Ministry taken to address the issue involving the batches of power fluctuation stabilizer machine by Lake Turkana wind power at a significant inflated price? Those are the questions, Honorable Senator and Honorable Minister Waziri. And I can see your response. I think this is now for the public domain. Thank you.
CS, and just be brief and to the point, so that I can see your response here, but go straight to the point.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Senator Abbas, on behalf of Senator Mohammed Said Chute. The current number of electricity transmission lines linking Loyangalani town to Suswa. Loyangalani-Suswa transmission line was constructed as a double circuit line. Thus, 2 transmission line links Loyangalani town to Suswa at 400 kVA. As regarding the update on the progress of repair works on the weak transmission line originating from Lake Turkana Wind Power Project and expected timelines for completion, I want to confirm that following the collapse of some 5 towers along the 400 kV Loyangalani-Suswa line, somewhere between somewhere around, where was that again? Longonot and Kabet, and not Kabete, Longonot and Kijabe. I want to confirm that Ketraco has completed the bidding process. That was done just the other day on 19th. The company signed a contract with the EPC contractor. This is the contract is to be executed within a period of 12 months, and therefore we expect that challenge of those 5 towers to be corrected by October 2024, next year. On clarification on the penalty imposed on the government by Lake Turkana Wind due to construction delay of the power line, detailing the penalty amount and average monthly payment made by the government in relation to this project. Let me confirm that the power purchase agreement, pursuant to the power purchase agreement, it is important to note that Lake Turkana plant was ready by January 2017, but the transmission interconnector was delayed until September 2018 with a layoff of 482 days as broken down in that paragraph. Honorable Speaker, in accordance with the terms of the PPA, the Power Purchase Agreement, and the Government of Kenya Letter of Support, issued in February 2013, Lake Turkana was entitled to GOK TI, that is a transmission interconnector, deemed generated energy payments for that period, the period of those days that I did indicate that the generation was ready and the line to evacuate the power was not ready. And following a series of meetings, Lake Turkana government, between Lake Turkana, the government of Kenya, and KPLC, we reached an agreement that Lake Turkana agreed to write off some of the transmission interconnector delay deemed generation. We are also agreed amounting to 17.7 million. For the period May 2017 to May 2018, the GOK TI, that is a transmission interconnector delay, deemed generation amounted to 127 million euros. Although Lake Turkana was entitled to 127, the government of Kenya could not pay the full amount and requested for a payment structure with Lake Turkana that was mutually beneficial. To record the above mentioned agreement, the parties entered into the second variation agreement whereby Lake Turkana agreed to start date of GOK transmission interconnect delay deemed generation payment to be 15th May 2017 instead of January 2017.
Yes, sorry. Let me put the house into order. Have a seat, kindly. Honourable members, according to Standing Order 34, the Speaker is allowed to extend the morning hours for a further 15 minutes. So, but we are in Turkana, all the way from Nairobi to Turkana. We came here so that we can entrench devolution. The senator for Turkana has an issue that he really would like to converse with the CS concerning Turkana County. And it will be very, very unfair if we come all the way from Nairobi to Turkana and it does not get that opportunity to execute that issue. Therefore, I will do extraordinary measures today using Standing Order number 1 and extend this session up to 1:45 p.m. so that also we can give an opportunity to the other CS from maritime and blue economy also to answer his question asked by Senator Mbone Karwagi. He has also traveled on the way from Nairobi to Turkana, and it will be very fair if we dispense off all these matters. The business in the afternoon, we can transact up to midnight. We are not in any hurry, Honorable Majority Leader. So we are here to work anyway. Thank you. So, but CS, I will kindly request you, don't mind reading verbatim because Senator Chute is also a well-oriented guy. So you'll be able to read all these issues. If there are issues that he might raise, because even he is not in this house, if the other issues you raise, you'll use the normal channels to reach you through the clerk so that he can be able to give a supplementary question. So just go to now the actions the minister has taken in brief so that you can make progress.
Thank you again, Speaker and honorable members. Action the ministry has taken to address the issue involving purchase of power fluctuation stabilizer machine by Turkana at a significant inflated price. The dynamic reactive power compensator was not part of the initial design when the tariff of 7.2 cents euros per kilowatt hour was agreed. And Chair, what we are calling the dynamic reactive power compensator is a voltage stabilizer. It's what you would normally hear us when we are looking for budget called STATCOMs. And Chair, the intermittency in wind and solar requires really managing the intermittence of power, and therefore we needed this dynamic reactive power compensator that was purchased by Lake Turkana Wind Project, and the revenue, the cost of the equipment was basically amortized through allowing a 0.3 cents per kilowatt hour, 0.03 cents per kilowatt hour to be built into the initial agreed 7.2 cents to get the tariff of Lake Turkana Wind Project to 7.52 cents per kilowatt hour. And so, Chair, that is how the equipment is amortized through the tariffs as we pay for the power delivered by Lake Turkana. We bill in a 0.03 cents into the initially agreed tariff to be able to amortize that equipment. That helps us quite a bit in terms of managing the voltage intermittence and the challenges like we saw recently when we had a 19-hour blackout in the country. May I beg to stop there, Chair? And
thank you,
Chair.
Actually, this project is touching on 3 counties: Marsabit, Samburu, Turkana. So I will ask Senator Bas the supplementary question by Senator Chute, then Senator Lelengwe, and now we've concluded with Senator Romenen. In that order. Senator Mugatan, unless you get a message from God, this time is really constraining me.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Well, I think I also want to thank the Waziri for the response. I think that's in order. But one question I wanted to ask
just
is that...
ask specific question.
Yes, I'm asking one specific question. Two.
Don't give a lot of stories.
Yes. I'm asking 2 questions. One is like that in question B, on the progress of the work repair and the cost. The government is spending 250 million shillings on repair of those 5 towers that collapsed. These same towers have been given to a contractor. So is there any liability that has been given to the contractor who has done this work because of, fictitious work that maybe has done? And why is government incurring that work instead of the contractor who did the same work? 2, the other day, the Energy Committee had the opportunity, to visit the Turkana wind power, and actually it was a very impressive work. There's a lot of things that really impressed us. And they said they are giving out 7.5 billion kilo hours of power. So we're saying this is actually a green energy. And instead of using those old machines in Masabit, Wajir, Turkana, Why are we not using these lines, this green energy, so that at least we can have a proper supply of power in these counties that is neighboring the wind power? Thank you.
Yes, CS.
Chair, the 5 towers which went down between Kejabe and Mount Longonot, we have investigated and we are looking at the report on how they came down. Was it poor workmanship on the base? Because we were told the winds were very strong, and what we are doing is we mitigate and correct the situation to ensure that we don't have the makeshift correction that is currently supporting that high capacity line. We're going to get to the bottom of it to confirm whether it was poor workmanship, Honorable Speaker and members, and therefore are we really spending this money when we should possibly put it under the contractor who built the line. So, Chair, the comments by, or the question by Honorable Abbas is something that I've asked the leadership of Ketraco to confirm whether we should be bearing the cost of correcting the challenge of the 5 towers, or why we should not really, it should not be borne by the contractor who built the line if it is established that it was it was due to poor workmanship and the contractor should be able to take liability. So that point we are going to pursue, honorable members. The second question, which I didn't get very clearly, Chair, because I was trying to read some notes.
No, if you did not get, maybe...
Please.
Just repeat.
I'm saying that when we did the Committee of Energy visited the Turkana wind power, we saw a lot of things, beautiful things that have been done by the wind vanes. And they say that they are supplying to the main grid 7.5 billion kilowatt hours. So I was asking myself, why is that we are using environmentally unfriendly generators that emit a lot of hydrocarbons, carbons, carbons, that's polluting the environment in Mandera, Wajir, and Turkana, and Samburu, while we have this facility just next to our doorstep. So that at least why are we not benefiting? Why are these countries not benefiting out of this project that gives green energy and they have a permanent supply of energy, of power?
Thank you for that clarification, Mheshimiwa. Let me pick up as an answer to this question one example of Marsabit, where we are picking all the power from Loyangalani and taking it all the way down to Suswa. And we now have a program, Speaker and honorable members, where we're going to be building a 220 kV line from Loyangalani to Marsabit and down to Isiolo. And in that program, we are descoping and ensuring that we do drop the voltages to 110, 66, and 33, and be able to reticulate the power to the local communities. Like I did say in my earlier question to Seki from Kajiado, that under Article 73, there is absolutely no reason why we don't service the communities where the natural resources come from. And therefore, we are working to ensure that Marsabit or the communities who live around Loyangalani are properly serviced. The communities who live around Takwel, we should be able to see a line coming to Lokicha, Lodwa, and going all the way up to ensure that we service the communities where the resources come from. And so, Chair, I'm paying attention to that. I want to confirm that the funding, for example, for this project that I've talked to in Loyangalani, Marsabit, Isiolo, is already firmed up, and will be ensuring that there is reticulation of power in the right voltages to service those communities, and likewise the communities where we get the natural resources, either in oil, power generation, comes from. We will pay attention to that, honorable members and honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Senator Lelengo, 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to ask this specific supplementary question to the Cabinet Secretary, and noting his response to the last question, he's forgetting our whole constituency or our whole county that is hosting the Lake Turkana wind power project line. So, Mr. Speaker, my specific question is the Ministry of Energy and Petroleum implementing any specific plans or measures to ensure that the Samburu North constituency, which currently lacks access to the national power grid, can benefit from it? This particularly is significant considering that the transmission line of the Lake Turkana wind power project is hosted in Samburu County, primarily in Samburu North constituency. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, that's a very indirect one. But Samburu North.
Thank you, Chair, and I think I've spent time with Senator Lelengo in my office, and I'm very alive to the fact that the line from Lake Turkana wind project does traverse Samburu, particularly Samburu North, and I did call REREC and Kenya Power to dimension some of the programs, including supporting the abattoir in that area. And therefore, let me confirm that we have very specific programs, like I said again, to ensure that the communities which really, you know, as you traverse our country, we are endowed with natural resources in different forms. And as I flew down this morning with my colleague for mining, CS Mvuria, we are looking at the kind of endowment in mining, the kind of endowment in power generation from wind, so that when we don't have agriculture, we have minerals or we have oil. And there is absolutely no reason why we do not pay attention and ensure that those resources do service the communities. And you are aware, Chair, that under the Energy Act today, that we have very specific apportioning in line with Article 73 of the ratio of resources that should go to national government, county government, and the local communities. But more importantly, under even the CSRs, there is absolutely no reason why we are having adversary engagement with the local communities where we are seeking to get wayleaves or where we are seeking to get land for purposes of expropriating those resources. And therefore, let me confirm through Chair that Senator Lelengo's concern is being addressed. We sat down in my office with the leadership of Samburu, and we are paying attention to what we promised. Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you, Chair.
You know, CS, when the Senator Lelengo came to office, there was no live coverage in office. And therefore, he's really serving his people. From Turkana, Senator Romenen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think I will ask a straight question. First and foremost, Mr. Speaker, right now, Turkana, especially Lodwar and Loima, have been experiencing a blackout. It went to an extent of maybe the Senate as a session has been having a backup because of that prior information that they have been, Lodwar has been experiencing blackout and Loima. And the reason for this, when I visited the station, I was told there was a contractor called IBA Africa who has been providing electricity for the last years in Turkana, and Turkana has never gotten short of electricity. But what happened? The contractor was changed, and what happened? Some generators were brought in, and these generators cannot meet the demand of power in Turkana County, especially Lodwar and Lohima. Over that, Chair, I would also want to clarify to the CS to clarify why the change of the contractor, yet the contractor was performing well, and then you create more harm getting generators which cannot meet the demand of the power. Moreover, Turkana County, the only constituency that is connected to national grid is Turkana South. These other constituencies are just supplied by generators. Yet, Tackle Gorge is just 35 kilometers from here. You instead provide generator, supply generator, which is far away from Lodwar, instead of just connecting to 35 kilometers in Tackle. And then the other issue, Lake Turkana. The Lake Turkana, we are talking Lake Turkana windy power. Lake Turkana, Turkana County is not benefiting anything from this Lake Turkana windy power. Even, I can't even mention. What we are only benefiting is the name Turkana. I don't know whether Lake Turkana will connect, the Turkana will connect the power from this Lake Turkana windy power. I wonder, it is a paradox. So, lastly, Chair, Speaker, it is a paradox also. There is a village called Lorokon. Lorokon is just 500 meters from Takwel hydroelectric power. 500 meters. Up to now, it is 15 years. Takwel village is enjoying, which is across the river, and then this other side of Lorokon does not have power, and it has all the institution, hospital, secondary, primary, they are blackout. They enjoy blackout. Just clarify. Why deny Lorokon justice? Why deny Turkana County justice? Why deny the Senate justice, even after knowing that the Senate, Mashinani, will be here? So you default blackout instead of supplying power. Thank you.
Well done. Thank you, Senator Romene. CS, and round of the Turkana issues as we come to the conclusion.
Thank you. And Chair, I will want to seek again the indulgence to spend more time with my friend James Lomenen Mheshimiwa to look at some of the data which has been submitted by all the members of parliament for Turkana County with respect to status of public institutions and the programs we have to ensure that those counties who have been fully covered in terms of public institutions, we run maximization on some ratio of funding while we do allocate enough funds to be able to cover the public institutions in the counties of Kenya who have been deprived because of maybe the challenges of infrastructure in the past. But certainly, I will want to spend time because we have all that data and we are going to, like I said earlier, fund programs so that when we get money, you do know that you have a budget allocated to a program and it cannot be transferred to another project. In respect to Lorokon, which is just within Takwel, let me also confirm that sometimes we have built big projects and taken the power, the huge amount of power we develop to load centers where there is market for power, and we do not pay attention to the local communities from where the resources come from. So, like I said again earlier, I'm here with the two CEOs for Ketraco and Kenya Power, and I want to really look at a program where we don't just build a 220 substation. We do build 220 substation and bring down the power to the distribution voltages of 33 and 11 kVA and be able to serve the local communities. With respect to the challenges we are currently experiencing in not just in Lodwar but also in Marsabit, we had some challenges. The power diesel generators, one of them went off, which is supposed to be supplying the load capacity for the town, and currently, whereas the market in Lodwar is 2.8 megawatts, we are currently only supplying 2.4 because one of the 650 megawatts diesel generator went down, and we are working around the clock to make sure we replace. Regarding IBA Africa moved out of the country, and so they are not in the country anymore. And we did bring these new generators in 2013, 2 times 1250 kVA and 3 times 650 kVA, which are currently servicing Lodwar. One of the 650 is down, and whereas you might see power outage, it is actually load shedding. We are basically supplying 2.4 megawatts instead of 2.8 megawatts, and the CEO, who is here with me, is working around the clock to make sure. We should have done that before Senate came for sitting here. But unfortunately, Chair, you know the procurement challenges and so on and so forth. But I want to confirm, James Lomenen Mheshimiwa, that maybe we can spend some time over lunch here in Turkana and make sure that we do pay attention to all those public institutions. I actually came with the data. We do pay attention to this shortage of 400 kVA because of the breakdown of the 650 kVA generation, which should not really be the case when the whole Senate is here in Lodwar County and Lodwar Town. And the same for Marsabit, where we have a breakdown, and we are also addressing the same to ensure that, in fact, the generator for Marsabit is currently being reinstalled. So thank you, Chair, and I want to confirm I'm paying attention, and I do take those concerns very seriously. Thank you.
Thank you, CS. Honorable Senators, as I put it, we didn't need, I know the Senators have many issues to raise with about power. And this time is not enough. I give direction that we didn't need an interaction with the CS, maybe a kamkunji or some sort of a discussion so that we can be able to resolve the county issues with the CS. So CS members are still thirsty with so many questions, interventions, and maybe we can do that arrangement so that you can get time to interact with them on their questions. But I really want to thank you for your time and commitment. That shows commitment to your duty. And I want to thank you most sincerely for finding your time to come to Turkana to answer these questions by the members. So thank you very much. Have a safe ride back to Nairobi. So, Honorable Senators, in the Speaker's Gallery, we have 27 students accompanied by 3 lecturers from the Turkana University College who are in the Senate on an occasion tour. Honorable Senators, in our usual tradition of receiving and welcoming visitors to Parliament, I extend a warm welcome to them, and on behalf of the Senate and on my own behalf, wish them a fruitful visit. Thank you. I know you have an issue to raise, Senator Kinywa, but the CS Interior wrote to the Senate requesting that he should be pardoned this week because he has issues in handling in Boni Enclave and in the northern Kenya. And also another from the CS Foreign Affairs. He also had some issues to attend to. So they have already made that communication. So now let us have the CS of mining, Buru Economy and Maritime, to answer the question by Senator Abjasit Waziri. Senator Kejwa, kindly, the CS is here and you cannot be able to ventilate on issues touching on the other CS here now. So your issues are well placed in the light table. So you are fine, don't mind. If at the end of the session we have 1 minute, I will give you, but not now. Let us first clear the issue at hand. Senator Boni Karware. But I want to welcome you, Senator, CS for Mining, Brew Economy and Maritime Affairs. And thank you for finding time also to come all the way to Turkana to answer these issues here. Actually, Turkana has a lot of issues to do with the Brew economy because of the ariki and the resources they have. So, karibu sana to the Senate Mashinani in Turkana. Senator Boni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the people of Kakamega are indeed very happy that the Minister has given us this respect to come all the way to respond to this very important question. Thank you, Minister. The question is, what is the status of gold mining activities in Kakamega County, and could you state the specific reasons for the stalling of the construction of the gold refinery in a Kolomani constituency that was commissioned by the county government of Kakamega in 2021. What measures has the government put in place to ensure a resumption of the construction and expectation of the completion of the refinery to promote expansion of the gold mining sector in the region, noting that gold deposits worth over 365 billion Kenya shillings in the county remain untapped? Could the Cabinet Secretary explain the measures the government has put in place to promote responsible and sustainable gold mining practices in the county in light of the many reported accidents in the mines that have resulted in injuries and loss of lives? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I hope, Senator Boni Karware, do you have this response from the CS?
Yes, sir.
So I can see you have a comprehensive document, but I request you go straight to the question in page 9, because we have only 10 minutes to 15 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker and honorable members of the Senate. Before I read my response, Honorable Speaker, allow me to congratulate the Senate for this noble initiative of Senate Mashinani. Having been one of the pioneers of devolution, I see this as a very noble step to further anchor devolution in our country and to give an opportunity to residents in counties to interact with their senators. So this is a very good initiative. Mr. Speaker, sir, now coming back to the question raised by Honorable Boni Alwale, and I agree with you, I have a lot to say about mining, but I will limit my statement to the question that has been asked. Part A of that question, I would wish to respond as follows. Currently, all gold mining activities within Kakamega County are carried out by artisanal miners who operate informally, as they have not been issued with artisanal mining permit as contemplated under Section 95 of the Mining Act 2016. And this is because of the moratorium that had been imposed in December 2019 against issuance of licenses and permits. The ministry has put measures in place to start granting artisanal miners with permits upon lifting of the current moratorium on issuance of mining rights. These measures include gazettement of the Kakamega County Artisanal Mining Committee as per Section 94 of the Mining Act 2016. The MC is comprised of members from artisanal mining in the county. Additionally, Mr. Speaker and honorable members, all other operators within the county hold prospecting licenses, with a few who have made applications for granting of mining licenses over the last few years. The same have not been processed due to the prevailing moratorium on issuance of mineral rights. On that page 10, there's a table which shows a list of companies who have been granted licenses to do prospecting, and others whose applications are hanging in our system. Part B of that question, the Minister of Mining initiated a process of identifying an investor for the proposed gold refinery in Ikolomani in county government of Kakamega in 2021. However, before this process could be completed, the ministry was advised that the said process was not necessary as it did not meet the threshold prescribed under Section 121 of the Public Procurement and Disposal Act 2015. The process was therefore terminated and the tenderers were notified. I want to say that after that process, there was an effort by the county government, but we've realized that the MOU that had been done did not mention any Ministry of Mining and its responsibilities of the national government. Further, there is no record showing the process used to identify the said investor by the county had been properly documented. On July 4th, 2022, the county government of Kakamega entered into an MOU with a private company, MS Huno, Kenya Company Limited, for cooperation an establishment of the proposed gold processing plant in Ikolomani constituency. The land in which the proposed plant would be established was provided by the Kakamega County government and registered in the name of the Ministry of Mining and held in trust for the ministry by the Principal Secretary, National Treasury. This is in line with the mandate of the Mining Ministry in as far as management of mining and mineral resources is concerned. We also noted that Mr. Huno, Kenya, does not have a valid contract or engagement with the ministry or county government. The ministry, therefore, intends to call for international bids from interested investors to put gold processing plant in Kakamega. Upon completion of these consultations, which we've already begun with the county government, then this project will take off. So in a nutshell, honorable members, what I'm saying here, initially, there was a bit of a gap between the National Ministry of Mining and the county government of Kakamega in engaging this particular private investor. However, now we have embarked on a process of consultation because apart from Kakamega, we have zoned the country and we want to identify and develop different value addition and mineral processing centers across the country. And Kakamega is one of the areas we have identified, so we'll be working with the county government to make sure that we realize this dream. Part C of that question, over the last few months, the ministry has intensified efforts to promote mining as the next investment frontier. Towards this end, the ministry has received funding from the national government aimed at implementing projects that are geared towards promotion of mining and provision of preliminary investment data. Specifically, and to ensure that mining is undertaken in a sustainable and environmental-friendly manner, the ministry has allocated resources to the regional mining offices and issued instructions for increased inspections and monitoring of artisanal and small-scale miners. This will ensure that potentially dangerous operations are closed and the risks identified addressed as a precautionary measure. Additionally, the ministry has carried out extensive sensitization of artisanal and small-scale gold miners on mine health and safety in gold mining. This we are doing across the country. The ministry, in collaboration with the Directorate of Occupational Safety and Health, has also carried out training of artisanal and small-scale gold miners on workplace safety. Further, Mr. Speaker and members, the ministry has embarked on an extensive process of organizing artisanal miners into marketing cooperatives to enhance their capacity to market mineral outputs and reduce over-reliance on middlemen for marketing. The formalized cooperatives will then receive extensive training on a number of key modules such as marketing, financial literacy, and bookkeeping as we progress them towards migration to small-scale miners category. The ministry will also institutionalize capacity building and training on sustainable mining practices within the cooperatives. The ministry is also committed to implementation of Section 95 of the Mining Act by way of granting artisanal mining permits. Environmental license and sustainable mining plans will be one of the conditions for grant of artisanal mining permits. I submit, honorable members, Mr. Speaker, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, CS, for that elaborate response. So, Senator Boni Karwale, do you have any supplementary question?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is a very satisfactory answer, and I thank the Minister. Minister, we are excited to learn that you are pushing for an international bid to attract an investor for construction of that refinery. Equally important, could you confirm that this bid will also involve an attempt to bring on an investor to carry out the gold mining? Because as you have said yourself, and I agree, this is being done by artisans, so that it's done in a proper way. Thank you, Mr. Minister.
Okay, respond to that comment.
Yes, I want to confirm, Mr. Speaker and honorable members, that indeed we are working towards making sure that we have an organized gold mining and refining in Kakamega County, but also across the country. I want to confirm that, Mr. Speaker. And right now, we have those companies that have been doing prospecting. Some of them will graduate into mining licenses very soon. So I think the international bid, which we will place, is part of the value addition resolution that we have made. And we want to make the Western region a center of excellence for gold refinery in the Western Circuit, touching on areas like Vihiga, Siaya, and other areas adjacent to Kakamega County.
Thank you, CS. From my screen, I'm not able to know who is interested to give a supplementary question, because some of the members here are even not in the chamber. Majority Leader?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to appreciate the Cabinet Secretary for finding time to come and respond to questions from members all the way a couple of hundreds of kilometers away from the capital. This is important to us, and we appreciate that they found time to do this. I have a question to the Cabinet Secretary. Number one, I am aware that the government, towards the end of the last administration, I think for the last 3 years, froze all mining license application for people that were either exploration or even mining activities that were going on. And that has caused a bit of anxiety in companies that are already doing mining activities in the country and their licenses are about to lapse, and those that had secured investment, raised resources, and were willing to begin the exercise in Kenya. Mining is one of the industries, Mr. Speaker, that can earn us the very elusive foreign income exchange because of the resources that we have underneath. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, can the Minister confirm how far whatever they were doing is and how long Kenyans have to wait before this process can commence and people can be issued with licenses, and Kenya as a country can hold back on this slide by the shilling against other world major currencies due to lack of exports? This is one avenue which we can use to solve this particular problem, Mr. Speaker. So how long will the country have to wait? I thank you.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker and honorable members. It is indeed true that the government of Kenya imposed a moratorium on licenses in 2019. And the reasons given that time was to be able to have an opportunity to organize the mining sector. Honorable members, I want to say that we have made good progress. First of all, let me acknowledge that this is the first time that the mining ministry has been allocated resources to function. And therefore, I want to thank His Excellency the President and Parliament for the allocation. And through that process, we have been able to conclude the geo survey, which was happening across the country, and found that we have 970 mineral occurrences. These minerals are in 47 counties. And in regards to the moratorium, we have worked on the key areas that had been identified, which included also coming up with strategies for artisanal mining and also strategies on how we can better organize the sector. And right now, we have already made a brief to the Cabinet Committee. In fact, it is like the majority leader in asking the question was reading our mind, because we made this presentation yesterday on the recommendations from the ministry. And therefore, we passed it yesterday, and it is finding its way to Cabinet. And once those recommendations find favorable decision by Cabinet very soon, then we should be able to announce the way forward. In that particular arrangement, we have grouped the minerals into two groups. We have industrial minerals. We also have strategic or critical minerals. So that is the discussion that we are concluding within Cabinet, and then we should be able to announce soon the way forward. So Kenyans will not have to wait for long, because I'm sure in the next few days or few weeks, we should be able to make a determination on the way forward. If you allow me, Mr. Speaker, I'm already here in Turkana. And the Senate has made this sitting in Turkana, I think it will not be fair if I leave this podium without saying anything about Turkana, even though I know it is not part of the question, but I want to assure you I will take 1 minute. Yeah?
Strictly 1 minute.
From the 970 mineral occurrences across the country, Turkana County is a county that is blessed with key minerals. Here in Turkana we have gold in areas like Lolupe area, Sasame, Nakwaromu, Takwel, and in Turkana South and also West. We also have abundance of gypsum in this particular region. We have gemstone in the name of blue sapphire, green garnet, especially in Loima sub-county. And then we have a huge list of other minerals across Turkana County. But key ones among the larger list is chromite, is copper, is graphite, is also nickel, and traces of radioactive elements in Katilu ward. So I thought I needed just to, in a nutshell, just share with the residents here in Turkana so that they can also appreciate what they have. But I want to say that the ministry will be back here to discuss with the leaders, with the county government, and to see how we can do ground truthing on the minerals that are here in the county. Thank you very much, members, and I'm really glad that we've been able to have this opportunity to discuss this particular matter. Thank you.
Thank you, CS, for your time. Honorable Senators, as and earlier directed, pursuant to Standing Order number 1, that the Senate adjourns at 1:45 p.m. And this is the time. The Senate therefore stands adjourned until today, Wednesday, 27th September 2023 at 2:30 p.m. Thank you.